I'd like to welcome you to Cache County Council tonight. You're mostly all familiar faces. Appreciate everyone being here to do the county's business. Let's go ahead and we'll start right there with the opening, and Councilmember Barbara Tidwell will give us that, please.
Okay, thank you. I was looking through quotes from President Reagan. He was one of my favorite presidents. And as we've been working on the budget, this is a quote that he had. He said, "Balancing the budget is a little like protecting your virtue. You just have to learn to say no." But I think that working with the budget, there are yeses and there are nos. And there are things that we have to work on. And it's very important to us as a council that we are protecting the taxpayers' money. And maybe if that means no sometimes, then that's what we have to do. Other times we can say yes, but we work very hard to do the very best that we can to balance the budget. And I'd like to complete my, in the order of a prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we're grateful to Thee for this day. We're grateful for this beautiful county that we live. We're grateful for our constituents and all those who live here. We're grateful for those who give us protection and safety. Pray for them that they would continue to be watched over. We're grateful for the moisture and the water that we receive here in our valley, and pray that we would receive sufficient enough to get us through our water year this next year. We're grateful for the opinions of others, and pray that we might have respect and be able to discuss these items in the budget in a way that would help us to be civil and have wisdom in all that we do. And we ask for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
If you'll please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you very much. I now entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Moving second that we approve the agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? How about the minutes for 11/28?
I read through those and I didn't see anything that needed to be corrected, at least from my memory. So I'll move to approve.
And I'll second it.
Moving second that we approve the minutes of November 28, 2023. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll have the report of county executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of items tonight to give updates on. I just want to start by thanking Councilmember Goodlander for the incredible work she's been doing recently to support our homeless efforts. She, as you know, serves on our local homeless council, and she's been involved in multiple meetings recently related to that, and took the initiative to set up basically an interim warming center for residents of our county before the warming center actually opened up. She took the initiative to find space, to coordinate with people, to get volunteers, all of that, and I just think that was so impressive, and really wanted to recognize her for that effort. She also, she and I attended a ribbon cutting for a new homeless service center down in Tooele County recently, and we learned a lot from what they're doing there. I think they have a good example of some things that we could do in our county. I've had a couple of meetings with representatives from that organization, Switchpoint. Actually, when we were in St. George for the UAC conference, I took some time to meet with Switchpoint, which is a nonprofit down there that has been doing some innovative things to help people struggling with homelessness. So I hope we can have some conversations with them up here as well. Sandy and I also met with the new staff of the warming center. They hired some new staff members and ready to be up and running for the winter season. And I think they're in good hands, and they're doing good work as well. Speaking of homelessness, I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of the PIT count, the point-in-time count. It's the annual count that we do of our homeless population here, and that's going to be on the 25th of January. I think it would be awesome if all of you had an opportunity to go out one of those nights. So the 25th, meaning after midnight, like at 2 a.m., early the morning of the 25th is when it happens. If you haven't had an opportunity to do that yet, it's very informative. I think it's really helped me to better understand the issues of homelessness in our county. Would love to see as many people as possible participate in that count. For those of you who aren't familiar with what it is, we go out all across the state that night, identify, find people who are struggling with homelessness, and essentially do a survey and collect data to find out how it's affecting each community. Just wanted to give another update on the receiving center as well. Tonight, actually, right now, Logan City Council is going to be meeting around at 5:30, and they're going to be reviewing a request to rezone some property on the north end of Logan for the receiving center. So hopefully that all goes well this evening. I may or may not step out to go help out with that this evening, but hopefully that goes through this evening, and we have the rezone approved for the receiving center, and then Bear River Mental Health will be able to continue moving forward with that. Speaking of other meetings, there was a really good meeting today. Councilmember Goodlander actually attended this one as well with the Home Builders Association, and we talked about some issues related to growth and housing, and how cities and the county can provide better services on the planning side. And it was a really good discussion. We talked a little bit about SB 174 as well, and just wanted to thank everybody for their work on helping us to implement SB 174, including our development services staff, our planning commission, council. I know there've been a lot of pieces to us implementing SB 174 and the new requirements we have. I just want to thank everybody for that. And then there also was a green waste meeting yesterday in relation to our new waste collection. Thank you, Councilmember McDonald, for your help, continued help and service on that. I think the cities have some different opinions about how they want to handle green waste. I just want everyone to be aware that I think it's really important that there be some kind of green waste service available. Otherwise, I think we're going to find a lot of green waste being dumped in unincorporated areas. So just want everyone to be mindful of that, and we'll see how it goes with the various approaches that happen, but I think we need to be aware of that possibility. The airport, just a couple of updates related to the airport. We're doing a feasibility study right now. I met with the consultant last week, and I think that's going really well. One thing that's not going well is our airport manager got a better job down in St. George, so he's going to be heading back that way, which is actually better for him because he actually never was able to find housing, and he's been kind of in between since he left St. George, and his family's still been down there. So that's unfortunate for us, but good for him. But just wanted to let you know that that is something that's going on as well. And then lastly, this evening, just wanted to thank the council for your approval of the raises and the bonuses for our staff, and the raise for myself and all of the elected officials. I really appreciate that, and I just want to say I know that it's always a tough discussion when you talk about giving raises for yourself, but I see how hard all of you work and how much time you put in. I would love to see the council just have a policy that you take a percentage that's equivalent to whatever everybody else gets and just make that kind of automatic for the council, because you all deserve it just as much as everyone else does. But on behalf of myself, the other elected officials, all of the staff, just want to express our gratitude to you for that expression of gratitude you gave to us. And that concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, any items of special interest I don't see? Public hearings, none. Pending action. Let's go right to the Graham. Well, that's the Graham addition rezone. That is December 5th, finally.
Yeah. So as many of you remember, this piece came up about 90 days ago for a rezone request. It had, the Planning Commission recommended denying. So what you see, the parcels listed here in red, they're requesting that those that are currently listed in, or that are outlined in red, are the parcels under question, and the applicant is requesting that the back parcels be rezoned to A10 to allow them to be able to build an additional lot. It was postponed because we had a recent change in our code that would allow them to count some of the what used to be considered undeveloped, well, still is considered undevelopable, but we didn't count it towards buildable area for density for the steep slopes within the area, which there's quite a bit in the A10 zone. So the council gave them an extension so that they could survey it and get a better understanding whether or not that if you could then incorporate some of these unbuildable areas into that overall density, whether or not the rezone was necessary. The applicant, I talked to them last week, and they said they would get me some additional, they weren't 100% sure yet whether or not that would be the case. They felt pretty confident that it would be, that they'd be able to build one additional lot with that change in code. However, they have not sent us any official information saying that that would be the case. And so I have talked to them a couple times, but I haven't received any official updates from them. I don't know, any questions?
So we're still at ground,
Yeah, when I
I
talked,
won't say ground zero, but we're still at a,
correct. They said they could potentially use a little bit more time, but they understand that this has been continued for 90 days, so they understand that if the council wants to make a decision on it tonight, at least that was his indication to me on Friday, and I haven't heard from him since, so.
I think we either make a decision or we
Yeah.
post, or we stop it and it goes back to planning and zoning.
I agree.
I mean, all we're doing is setting a precedence if we just continue.
right, to that, to actually, basically, I think you'd have to make a decision that would send, or do you just remand it back to planning and zoning, could we?
Okay, Planning Commission recommended denying the application.
Deny.
The council, if you vote to deny it, that wouldn't preclude them from reapplying at some point in the future if they wanted to.
Well, I think we've given them, I guess, ample time to get this documentation, hopefully to get this documentation together.
Yeah.
We've kept it on there, we just tried to see how it would work and what it'd do, I think.
We're not stopping anything if we do deny it, because then they're able to go back, so.
Correct.
Yeah, if they can work all those things out that they talked about.
I'd entertain a motion either way.
I so move on the Graham addition rezoned ordinance 2023-28 that we agree with the planning commission and recommend denial or deny it.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded that we, on the Graham Addition rezone ordinance 2023-28, that we rule in favor of the planning and zoning of denial. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thanks for being as patient as we were.
Thank you.
So, okay, the next item on there is 9B, Resolution 2023-18. Is there, do you want to go ahead with that right now, or do you want to talk about that a little later? It's up to you guys. We
Now let's
can.
have fun before we delve into the crazy, so.
So, well, what does that mean? That means we could actually just move that a little bit later and get some of these things done that some of these people are taking care of or
Yeah.
waiting for.
That's my thoughts.
Is that okay with everybody that we do that? We didn't amend the agenda to do that, but I think if, I'll take that as a friendly amendment to do that. So we can go ahead and move on to, let's go on ordinance on C, Stephen. A lot of information, new information on that.
61 pages.
So for the subdivision, whoops. So I don't have anything new or additional information from what was discussed at the last week's meeting. I did send out, there was a request for me to send out what the subdivision fees were, and I sent that out last week, so all of you should have had the opportunity to look at that. As noted in that email, at this point, we're not considering making an amendment to that, other than we have been in some light discussions about potentially changing how we do some of our billing for our hourly rates to match what some of the other counties in the area do. And so therefore lowering our base fee, but then charging more based on how long it actually takes to review. But pointing that out, that doesn't really affect the ordinance that's up for tonight's discussion. Oh, I have the wrong thing on the screen, sorry.
Stephen, would you hit the high points for us again? Just, there was 61 pages, and I was reading
Yeah.
through it, and I got lost.
No, definitely. So essentially what this ordinance is proposing to do is to update our subdivision code to come into compliance with the new state subdivision standards. The big thing, or the couple of big changes that were highlighted by the state that they wanted to see happen was to move the decision-making process on subdivisions into a more administrative capacity, so moving the decisions away from legislative bodies, which already we didn't do that, so that's not really a big change. And so what we've done is we've detailed out that the Planning Commission is the approval authority for preliminary plats, and staff would be the approval authority for final plats and construction drawings or subdivision improvement plans. And then we also outline the proper steps for that review process. That's one of the other major changes that took place, and let me scroll down to the red line version of that real quick. So the big thing with that is we're required now to issue a different type of report to the applicants and be more transparent in our review process. Something that I felt like we already were striving to do, but we are now compelled to do it in a certain fashion that's a little bit different than what we have traditionally
How do you
done.
feel about that?
It is going to be a little bit more work. Generally, though, I think some of the changes are good. I think it'll make it a little bit more organized. So the biggest change is how we do our reviews for subdivision or for construction drawings. Essentially what we have to do is when we receive the application and we find that it's a complete application for final, we have 20 days to review that application, and then any red lines that we provide to the applicant, we have to index them in a list of what changes they need to make, and then cite the code or standard that justifies that recommendation or that requirement. And if they then, once we submit that back to them, the applicant then has 20 business days to reply and to fix it, and they have to fix it in the exact same fashion. They have to provide an index list to us of the changes that they made, and if they dispute any of the recommendations or requirements that our staff has submitted to them, they have to justify that through our code or standards or other engineering practices.
Well, are they able when that is sent back, because they would probably then be working with professionals to do that.
Yep.
Is that, that's also been a big delay, back and forth with their backlog. Is that gonna put I guess what I'm saying is 20 days, is that even possible for them sometimes?
It will be tough because this bill ended up being kind of a compromise between the public sector and the private sector, because the private sector essentially went to the state legislature and said, these reviews are taking too long, you're really delaying us, and particularly the league and UAC, they went to the state and said, well, this isn't all our fault because we are getting timely reviews done, but then we're waiting 3 months for them to submit plans back. And so the state code determined that, let's see, so this is the section that we have up here, is that the county shall have 20 business days. And then it states that the applicant shall submit revised plans and shall provide a written explanation in response to the county's review comments, identifying and explaining the applicant's revisions and any reasons for declining to make a revision. If the applicant does not submit revised plans within 20 business days after the county requires a modification or correction, the county shall have an additional 20 business days to respond to the plans. So that's pretty much verbatim with the state code requirements. So if they're not able to meet the 20 days, that just gives us an extension of time to be able to do that review. And the reason that's important is a lot of times when we're in these review cycles, especially in busy times, we kind of plan out how we're going to do those reviews as they come in. And if there's a delay, that means we might bump somebody up forward, and then they'll potentially get put behind them. And so it will be different, and there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve over the next few months as we implement this. But I feel like generally speaking, I think the concept of it is good. It's just going to take a little bit more work on our part.
Okay. What other questions would you have? Go ahead.
Talk to me about hourly fees. I'm trying to understand how we can charge an hourly fee versus a fee. That's like, I'm a council member. If you call me, now I get to charge you because you called me. Yet I'm retained, and so we provide a development office. So I need some explanation on hourly fee, how we're working at, or where we're coming on that.
Yeah, so the idea the idea is that each subdivision has a little bit different impact on our time. And so generally speaking, when we charge a review fee, it's just one base fee or based on how many lots the subdivision is. There are a few places though that will charge a lower base fee and then just track hours for how long it takes certain staff members to do their review, and then does a bill like that. I'm not necessarily saying that's the direction we're going, or it is an idea though that we're considering, and it's a way that potentially that simpler subdivisions on a smaller scale would be charged less because it'll take less work.
Well, that's what I asked last week was,
Yep.
if the citizen comes in and they're adding one house, I don't want to see them paying an exorbitant fee versus somebody who's coming in with 8 lots or 15 lots. I think that ought to be on a scale, and that ought to be built into the fee. And I'm fine listening to the hourly fee because I find that interesting, but I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult for us on our end because it's like in the private sector when you have an engineer, once they start working on their project, they turn on the clock and then and they bill you for whatever time it takes them a lot of the times, unless you have some sort of set fee with them. Currently, we don't do that. Our staff works on projects as needed and doesn't really calculate any time that it takes for that review. They just work until the review's done, and we don't have to track how long each project took. But if we moved it to an hourly rate, that's something that we would have to start doing if that's the direction we wanted to go. But that is an option if we wanted to allow more simplified developments or simple developments that really have everything together, to have a cheaper fee than those who are a little bit maybe less professional or bigger that takes more time to review.
Are other counties doing an hourly fee, or do you know?
Weber County does. They have a much lower base fee for subdivision applications, but then they charge a fee for review. So essentially their base fee just covers the public meetings that the plat requires to go through, but then they charge a fee for their surveyor, engineering department, legal department, those type of things.
When they come in, will they be, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
When they come in, you be able to tell them, well, we're looking at about 2.5 hours?
Yeah,
Will
that could.
they have an estimate, or at least
Better
ballpark?
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, we're in the very preliminary phases of looking at that as an option. And so that would be the goal, is that we'd say on average it takes about this much time for the review. But as of right now, I don't know what those numbers are.
I'd rather see that as a fee that's a stipulated rather than an hourly fee.
Yeah.
I'm a Cache County citizen paying taxes, and I come in and to see somebody who's employed by the county, and then I gotta pay an hourly fee. That just goes against my grain in a way. The fee, I understand.
But what about Nolan, like some projects come in and they've followed the code, they're in good looking shape. And then some people bring in, it would be the same fee for the same size project, and they come in and it's a little bit sloppier, they haven't followed all the codes, it's gonna take a lot more work to get.
And that's a point well taken.
So that's kind of where I was looking at it, like, there needs to be, I would think that if there was a cost involved to them, that would be more motivating, the word would get around, like, hey, get your ducks in a row and pull it in and you can save some money.
But I see this as eventually some private firms out there are gonna make a kit and caboodle of being the guys who process and do this the right way. And they're gonna be the ones sought after in doing that, is my feeling too, but you've got a good point.
It creates good competition in some ways.
Yeah, we met, like Executive Zook said, I was just at a meeting today with the Cache Valley Builders Association. And of course, they expressed frustration that the processing takes too long. But I feel like from being on planning and zoning that a lot of times there's things that are turned in that cause that. So there's both sides have to give and take. And so I think as you go through this process, it'll become apparent, like this is working, maybe we need to modify it next year or see what works.
Yeah.
But the ultimate goal is to get more housing built so that we can get the prices down. And so I think the ideal is good, but let's make sure that if there is a huge cost to the county, like a mandate from the state, let's make sure we're covering our costs.
Yeah, and I agree.
That's kind of what I think.
Stephen, on this, we now are really lowering, you say it's gonna be a tight fit to get it done in 20 days. Is that going to increase overtime in your department to get that done, or how is that going to work as far as employees' hours go?
That's a really good question. I feel like right now we're staffed to the level that I think we'll be able to handle it without much overtime. And same with the engineering department. Prior to the hiring of another staff engineer, I think this really would have added more time to Matt's Matt's job. But now that we have Camden in there, I feel like this will be an accomplishable goal without having to do much overtime.
Do you have an open in your position? Didn't I see you?
Yes, our countywide planner position is currently vacant that we're looking at filling. They do more coordination and long-range planning and coordination with the other municipalities and entities within the county. And so we normally try to give them about 25% of their time for current planning jobs, that's zoning clearance, subdivisions, those type of things. But the majority of their job is long-range planning.
Other questions?
I do also just want to note the ordinance that was given to you for this week has the two small changes that I mentioned last week, the clerical errors that we missed during the planning commission. So I'd recommend adopting the one that was presented tonight, or that was in the packet.
That would be 2023-37.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we approve ordinance 2023-37, amendments to our subdivision regulations.
There's moved and seconded that we adopt ordinance 2023-37. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving ordinance 2023-37, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. It is
Thank you so
passed.
much.
Okay, let's jump down to approval of Refined Ventures annexation, creating an unincorporated peninsula. Who's got that?
I got ahead of myself. I got ahead of myself.
You need a chair.
Okay, so the applicant is actually with us today if you have any additional questions. And I have sent I put a report in the packet about this, and so if there's any questions about it, that report was also sent to I thought I had the map up. Might be on my other screen here. Oh, yep. So the applicant is seeking to file a notice of intent for an annexation petition to annex into Nibley City. It's these three parcels that are located right here. So this is just on the south end of Nibley City, located between 1500 West and 1200 West. However, if the city were to create or to approve this annexation petition, it would create an unincorporated island with this parcel, the Zollinger parcel that's right here, so 030490009. Because of that, the county has to provide, based on state code, we can create unincorporated peninsulas. but it just requires approval from both county council and from the city council that creating that peninsula is okay. The big issues that comes with creating peninsulas is normally services. As you may have seen in the packet, Matt Phillips, our Public Works Director, issued a letter and some statements regarding the impact. Essentially what would happen is we'd likely see 1500 West either be entirely annexed into the city or half of it being annexed into the city. When I talked to their city planner, their recommendation was that for half of it to be annexed in, which they said they're potentially going to try to get us a statement before today, but I didn't see it in my inbox. But that's what their planner indicated to me over the phone. And so what we'd end up,
I thought it said in here that they took the full width of
the
15.
map indicates the full width on the map that they proposed, but that's, since they haven't actually filed for the annexation, that part is still in discussion. So the big concern that comes with it is with 1500 West, there likely will need to be services and utilities that are put in it, and that's Nibley City utilities and services going into a county roadway. And so there's a few things that would need to be considered with this. And I don't know, Matt might be able to speak more to that beyond what his email had, or if you have any additional questions. And so tonight, what's before you is either outright approval, allowing them saying, yes, you can go ahead, we're fine with creating this unincorporated peninsula, or at least a tentative head nod that says we're okay with discussing this further, so that way they can file the intent to annex, and we can bring this or coordinate more with Nibley City itself before we give a final approval.
So we have 3 or 4 different property owners, yet one applicant, right?
Correct.
Can you explain that to me?
I think he'd probably be a better job at explaining it than I can.
Do you want me to come up there?
If,
Yeah, that'd be fine. Go ahead. Just state your name when you come up here. West of 1500 West is it a true island?
so it just end up being that this parcel right here would
Right,
be
but and
unincorporated.
west of that parcel is in Steele County, right?
Yeah, everything.
So it's not a true island. It's more like a
Correct.
peninsula. You kept saying island, and I go, well, a true island is it's surrounded completely by
Correct. So it would be a peninsula.
peninsula. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm Jody Robbins with Refined Ventures, and I've spoken with the 3 property owners, and we're in discussions, and they've asked me to move forward with the annexation process.
So is the plan to develop it as one parcel or one project?
It would be one project, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think the most important thing to note is that this is still in very preliminary phases. Like the first step is to file the intent, or to file the intent to file an annexation petition based on the state, and they have to do that with the county clerk, who then sends notices out, and then it goes to Nibley City to either accept or deny the petition, or accept the petition for further consideration, or then just outright deny it. And then after they accept it, it gives them a 30-day protest period for affected landowners or entities to protest it. So this is, before we've even let them to do the first step, we wanted the county, because the county has to approve this creation of an unincorporated peninsula, we wanted the county council to either approve it or weigh in on it prior to them moving forward.
I'd like to hear Matt's side of things, because I read it, I didn't come away with a clear conception of it, so.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
Matt.
are there other places in the county where we only own half the road?
Yeah.
I don't understand that, how that
Yeah,
works.
and I hate that. I wish
Who
I wish
plows
they
it?
would take the whole road.
Thanks, Nolan. Appreciate it.
Bus right off.
This is a particular one that where you'd have a checkerboard, so there would still be a section of 1500 West that would be 100% in the county. These roads have been there for a long time. They're all recorded dedications. They're 66 feet. So for them to just come in and say, hey, we're only going to take half of this roadway dedication creates a lot of issues that I think most of the council has known, right? Plowing is one of those things. How do you plow half a street? How do you, when the city annexes in, the speed limits become 25. In the county, that's not automatic. So you have different speed limits, you have maintenance issues. They're going to need sewer, water. Those are going to have to come through that section of the county. And we just don't have a great process. So we're not necessarily saying we're for or against it. We're just saying, hey, when these annexations come in, this is what it creates for the Public Works Department of how do we deal with these things? If they annex half the road, then they don't come to the council for any additional thing. They assume that that's the city. So this development would put more traffic on 1500 West, travel a section that's still in the unincorporated part of the county. We don't have any say on the traffic. We don't have any say on, is that road, substandard? Does this development need to improve that little section of 1500 West? It just creates a lot of issues that we need direction from the council or something from the council to help us.
If it fully stays county and then they develop like they're saying, then it would seem they would have some responsibility to improve that road, would they not?
The way the current code reads is if they don't annex any of 1500 West, then that development's going to have to come back to the council for approval to access 1500 West. And at that point, the council could put additional stipulations on them to, well, that road is substandard, so you're bringing those services out, you guys need to do it, but we don't have any curb gutter, we don't have any sidewalk, we don't have any of those things. So again, we're not saying we're for or against it, we're just wanting to make people aware of those situations that it creates in our department on how those things are handled. If we had some kind of an agreement with Nibley, if we had some more policies, some more things but they'll come in for an encroachment permit and want to put their sewer down the street,
Well, I'm willing to listen, but I don't like going anywhere without an understanding of what's going on that road.
But we don't have anything in our code that gives Public Works direction on how to handle those things.
Well, we should be able to talk to Nibley and see what the intent is on that.
But it's very common. I think Commissioner Goodlander asked, do we have other places in the county where we have half right-of-ways, and we have a lot of them.
Yeah, we don't
That's how we know that they create all these issues.
Paid every one of them.
Yeah. So we've always been a proponent of, if you're going to annex the road, then take all of the road.
Yep.
This is a particular case where you have a checkerboard, so, but again, we can't plow our section of 1500 West and Nibley plow theirs. You can't just stop halfway, so that'd
We
be,
can plow our side onto their side of the road. And then
so. But utilities are one of those things, right? Where do you put the utilities? We just have no authority or no jurisdiction to require anything in that unincorporated part because it's not coming through the county development process, so.
In reality, though, Nibley City, they have city standards, city sidewalk, all that kind of stuff, that they can actually, if they have the road, then they can impose any of that stuff on their road for their own services.
That's correct.
Right. And I think if we own half of it, that just gets in their way also.
Right, if we only own half, if they own half and we own half, then that process through their development review, we don't have any say. If they own it all, then great, they get to say on whatever they do.
Yep.
If we own it, then we get say, but when you mix that half and half,
See, we have that same issue just right up there where they have annexed, right?
well, most of that's currently annexed, they have all the road, so 1200 West,
It just didn't look like it above up there. Yeah, that upper, where those two little rows of homes are. They come down to 1500 West. Do they have both sides of the road there?
yeah,
Okay, good.
yeah.
Okay.
So storm drain systems become issues, irrigation ditches that need to be relocated, all those types of things just create issues for us, and we don't really have great processes or direction on how the council would like us to handle those.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, so basically from what you're looking for from now, I'm saying fine, but we're not given full-fledged backing of it until we know exactly what they are, I guess, willing to do.
Yeah, and I think, so Nibley City Council hasn't even seen this yet. or haven't accepted the application. And so if, generally speaking, if we're okay with the petition and for the creation of the unincorporated peninsula, if we can figure out the road, I'd recommend that give a full approval, but allow them to file the notice, and then we work with Nibley City for the roadway issue and how that's going to be handled. There are a couple options that we could look at potentially. There's a few things that we could
But we
potentially
could,
do.
in our motion, yeah, we'll give full approval as long as they take the whole road.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a full road starting
That's-
in the Nibley City boundary all the way south?
Yeah,
So
to me, what's
including,
affected.
including the Zollinger property,
All parts.
including the peninsula.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
sorry.
because that's how they would access.
So all of this?
Yes,
Okay.
even down further, keep going.
Yeah, sorry. That's what I meant.
At least,
At least to there.
Yeah,
Well,
all of that.
But do you want them to go all the way?
At least down to the bottom red is what I feel.
Yeah, so this parcel is not part of the annexation.
I know, but somehow that's gonna impact that road eventually. And if we don't give it to them, they're gonna say we have to improve it.
Okay.
My feeling,
the county standards.
yes.
It's already improved to county standards.
Well, but then they gotta meet it if it's based on traffic flow.
Not to expect of a
I
developer.
don't see why we have to go further down,
Yes.
south.
I think that's a lot to expect from a developer, because whoever buys that other parcel, if it
It's not
gets
gonna have
annexed,
any
they'll have to be
egress on that
responsible.
road.
Anything that potential development borders as far as road-wise, yes, they have to. You know, I would think that they would annex both sides of the road and then they can do what they want. So,
So how far down are we going then?
Just to the end of that one property.
Right there? Okay.
that other little corner piece there, I don't think we can, you know, where Nibley City would not have any border to it. I have a hard time telling Nibley City that you have to.
Yeah.
Because then they'd be in the same boat as what we are in their cities, in other cities. They would have, you know, they would have roads not in their cities that they're having to maintain. Like we have county roads in their, never mind. It's complicated. But that's why we're here to uncomplicate things. And
That's right.
the more simple we can make it, just like we're talking here, I think the better off we are. So.
Okay.
I'll take that in the form of motion, or
All right, I'll make a motion that, and help me with the wording of it, that we approve the Refined Ventures annexation with the stipulation that Nibley annexes the whole road of both sides of 1500 West. Is that the right way?
along the annexed properties.
Along the annexed properties.
And and connecting into Nibley
Yeah,
City.
and the connecting section.
Into Nibley. Okay.
Now, would this be, is this a preliminary
Yeah, so,
is this for the preliminary annexation, or so should we state that we, in that motion, that we approve the preliminary refined ventures annexation?
yeah, so it's not really a preliminary. It's an annexation. It's essentially agreeing to allow the unincorporated island. And then we would forward those conditions to the Nibley City Council that says, if you want to accept this annexation petition, these are the terms that the county council have agreed to.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was there down there? Anyone? Did I hear a second?
Sandy.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we accept the refined ventures annexation request as long as Nibley City annexes the roads on both of the entire roads along the annexed property and adjoining to its city boundaries from the annexed property north, right? On 1500 West. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Good luck. Let's head on to the fee schedule associated with the fairgrounds. Bart Singleton.
Thought I was gonna get here with plenty of time and would be waiting for a while for you guys, but you kind of
Wake you.
skipped a few things, it looks like.
Just one.
One big one. Yeah. All right, well, thank you for your time tonight. Just wanted to present this updated fee schedule. This has been presented to the Fairgrounds Advisory Board and with their approval, been brought to you for your consideration. I know there's been some folks that have already maybe talked to some of you, or at least someone about this. I'm not sure who. A month or so ago, I let those stall renters know, because that's the big one on here, that this was a potential, and so they could prepare for it and make other arrangements if they so chose to do that. That being said, the big increase is on the horse stalls. All those others are minor changes, or kind of matching what we're doing. But the horse stall increase, we're proposing going from $80 to $120 a month. Now, these numbers are not arbitrary numbers. I tried to do some market research in the valley to determine what those rates are, so we could fairly compete in the market, but not compete too much against private industry. What I found is there's really nothing comparable out there. So it makes it really difficult to determine what fair market value is. Some of the
Little available.
correct, and that's the other issue. Some of the things that I found were a full board situation, which were anywhere from $250 to $350 a month. That's where you take your horse and drop it off. Somebody feeds it, cleans up after it, does all that care. Down to somebody in Newton that has 3 or 4 stalls that they rent out to people in Newton for $70 a month, but they're not providing the accommodations. Two big outdoor arenas, an indoor heated arena, and the other accommodations that we have. So I felt that 120 was somewhere in the middle on that. Some of the other things on there to go along with that, and I would propose phasing these things in, would be currently we give them, if they have a horse stall, we give them one of the less desirable stalls to put their hay and some tack in, start charging a small fee for those. And also we have an old barn there on the corner of 4th and 3rd, and start charging for those tack rooms. They're limited, there's only so many to go around, not everybody gets one. So I think that's fair to charge for those people that are using those. Any questions so far on any of those?
Bart, I'm assuming that the demand for stall space is high.
It is.
Waiting list.
Yeah. It really depends on the time of year. Winter time, people want to get them out of pastures and spring out of the mud, but summers, our demand is less. Winters and springs are certainly more. Yeah. Any other questions?
I had a question on the bleachers that are towable and also the stage setup and that. I think before Wellsville has used some of the bleachers in that, or I'd hauled some before, but does that fee on the stage, does that cover everything for setup, tear down, and everything you're talking about?
So
I'm trying to understand that one.
we have 2 different stages. We have a stage that doesn't leave the event center. It's modular. It doesn't travel well. Neither stage actually travels well. We have another one that's kind of an old hay trailer with the front steering axle. Not safe to really tow off the fairgrounds.
That wobbles when you drive?
Yeah, it's pretty sketchy. So neither one of those are we really taking off site as far as those bleachers, or stage goes. The bleachers, we have the bleachers similar to what Lewiston and Richmond has. They're made to be towed down the freeway. And they can go anywhere, and the setup on those is pretty simple. Stage setup does take an hour or so, but typically they're on site and we're not moving with those. Yeah, we cover expenses on those.
So the 1,500, it's 150 bleachers, and so is that 1,500 for 150, or can a person rent less than that? That's what I'm.
No, so that is one bleacher.
It's
We call
fits
it a 150, that's the manufacturer's specs on it. It seats about 150 people.
Okay.
That 150 price was one that was established when we kind of first got that. We have a standing agreement with Lewiston and Richmond that we trade those back and forth at no charge. And honestly, we would probably do that with most other municipalities. They were paid for with RAPS funding, and just out of, working well with other communities, we would probably work something out with them.
But the main reason is that they bring their bleachers in for us during the fair time.
Correct. So they each have one.
4th of July and Richmond Black and White Day celebrations, they then can use ours.
Yes.
That's kind of the trade-off.
Yep.
For those two events when.
Yep. The smaller bleachers that we have, the ones that we have on there for $50, I believe is what it is. They don't travel well. So we try not to take those off-site either. But they do get moved around the fairgrounds, and people want to rent them and use them for their different events, and there is a fee for us to move those around and for them to use them.
Dump truck, $100, is that per day or what? Because I might come rent that for that.
Yeah. So that's for events that we're having on our facility. If they need something that requires us to use the dump truck, either we're hauling something around for them or something, but yeah, we're not just renting that out for public use. And that's the same with all of our equipment. For work as we prepare for an event, water truck, loader, any of that would be similar. That's for on scene or on site use only.
Okay, I'm good.
Any other questions?
I have a question. So the person comes, I've been reached out to by multiple residents that are upset about the increase in the stall. So they come and they rent the horse stall, and then if they want to store hay on site, that's an additional 30, so it's 150, and then tack room would be an additional 20, so it'd be $170.
Yes.
Okay. Have you had a lot of pushback from the people who are renting?
Our renters, yeah, we've had some, and we've had some move out, and I anticipated that would be the case.
But there's still a line.
We'll still be over 50% occupancy. Typically this time of year at those lower prices, we're 100% occupancy, and it really makes it difficult to manage, because if I have a break in something and I need to fix something, I have nowhere to move horses. So a little bit of occupancy I feel is good. What it's going to do long term, we'll see.
And at this cost, you feel like it covers our costs?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
more adequate to cover our costs?
More adequate to cover our costs and more in line with what I perceive the market to be.
Okay. Thanks, Bart.
Yep.
Other questions? We wouldn't have to accept this by motion, so. Or deny it.
I would, the term isn't waived, this is initial proposal, so we need to suspend the rules and make a motion that we approve ordinance 2023-41, an ordinance updating the Cache County fee schedule.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded that we suspend the rules and pass ordinance 2023-41. On
One
the
question.
Cache County fee schedule. Is there any discussion? Go ahead.
Can I ask what TRT stands for?
Transient room
Yeah,
tax.
room tax.
Okay.
So any of the campers that we have down there, we have to pay that transient room tax out of the fees that they pay.
Good. Any others? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Bart.
Thank you.
Let's pop right down to ordinance amending the, update the fund balance limits for general fund. Who's gonna take that? Okay,
This is an ordinance that amends both the upper and lower limits allowed in the county general fund. Currently, I'll go down to the red line versions. Currently, county code requires that the general fund balance not go below 5% of the all total expenditures from the general fund in the previous year. And then current county code prohibits fund balance from exceeding 20% of the total expenses out of the general fund in the previous year. So general fund expenses for 2023 are on track to be about 63 million. And so that would mean that the lower limit would be around 3 million, and the upper limit would be about 12 million. Right now, our general fund has about 28 million. So we're well in excess of what county code actually allows. What this ordinance does is it changes that 5% minimum to 10%. So that would mean that the minimum that we could have the general fund for next year would be about 6.3 million. And then for the upper limit, it would implement a rule that the code would require that the limit just match the limit in state code. I need to apologize. I had an interpretation. I was working with the finance department last week, trying to understand what that upper limit that state code allows. And for a while, until this morning, actually, I was concerned it was very low. Working with Jarris and Taylor in the attorney's office, I determined state code requires basically adding the total revenues from property taxes and then 25% of expenditures from the general fund. Adding those two together, it's about 34 million. So in the whereases in the beginning of this ordinance, I say it's actually whereas, I'll go ahead and just call it out, whereas B, that 18.3 million, that number is actually incorrect. The limit that the state allows is about 34 million. So in sum, this ordinance is going to change the minimum to be about 6.3, the upper threshold to be 34, but then those will change as the general fund expenditures change each year.
Does this limit us when we have an emergency like we've had before, when there's storm potential that we have to dip into that? What is that, how does that affect that?
Yeah, so the legislature actually changed this in 2021 after COVID. A lot of municipalities and counties were having to spend a lot out of their general fund balance because revenues were down. So they ran into this problem, Nolan, and they actually raised it slightly to what it is now. So that 34 million is above where we are now. We're at 28 million right now. 34 million would be the limit. So there's still pretty substantial, that's a pretty substantial amount.
But the state doesn't set a minimum, they just set a maximum. Is that what you're referring to is?
Well, if they set a minimum, I'm wondering if we run into where we have to build roads, washout, or we have a natural disaster, how far can we dip into that?
My understanding is that the state does have a minimum, and it's 5%. And the county code right now is 5%, and this ordinance would change it to 10%. So I guess what you're asking, Nolan, is yeah, this would limit how much if there was some sort of natural disaster, and this is limiting the county in terms of how much it can deplete.
by increasing the lower amount to from 5 to 10, by increasing that actually it would increase our bond rating, how they look at our bond rating.
That's correct.
And more in favor of, we'd have a higher favorability because we won't let that get down to a certain point.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. This actually was first brought to our attention by our municipal advisor at Zions Bank as we go through this bonding process. This would help our bond rating by having a higher minimum.
Micah, what would the process be, like what Nolan says, if there was a massive disaster, like we have got to use some of that money, can we as a council amend that through ordinance?
Yeah,
We-
just
we
like this.
could.
Yeah, state of emergency be declared.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and the state, my understanding is that the state prohibits you from spending less, going under 5%. And this is BS, basically going above and beyond what the state requires.
I think this by raising this to, 10%, I think what that does is that, again, in these somewhat stable times financially, I think we're good. Now, if there was a calamity that happened that we did have to, find some then by ordinance, we would probably, if we had to change it, we could, that particular county council could change it to, if they needed those monies as such. So, but again, it might affect their bond rate, but it may not matter in a calamity at that point,
It'd be the last thing we're worried about.
And right now, as we are in that, in that shopping phase of getting a favorable bond rating, I think this be a good step to take, from what I understand, so. Okay, that number right there, that higher number, that would be, I think instead of putting a number, I think it would be best that we state it exactly how you stated it.
For the maximum?
Yeah, what state code it mentioned it.
That the way I have it stated in this ordinance is that, here it is. The maximum accumulated unappropriated surplus in the county general fund should not exceed the limit set forth in the Uniform Fiscal Procedures Act for counties. And when you go to the Uniform Fiscal Procedures Act for counties, you look at the state code. This is what I was doing with Jairus and Taylor this morning. The number you come out for the fiscal year 2024 will be 34 million, but it changes every year based on property tax revenues and then the expenditures from the general fund. It's a calculation of that.
I guess that's what I'm thinking about, if you put that formula in there rather than a finite amount. You know what I'm saying? Then as things change from year to year.
In state code?
Then in this code, in this ordinance.
Well,
Talking about letter B on his whereas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In B on the ordinance.
Yeah, so we can, I don't know if we need to make an amendment. The whereas section, there's no force of law there. So I don't know. What do you think?
Changed, whether,
Delete it, remove it, and then the effective part is the actual proposed ordinance that would change. And so this doesn't affect the ordinance, this doesn't affect what happens. It would just inform future readers of this.
We could certainly amend any of it, but I think amending this out and just say, so this code reference right here, this is the Utah Fiscal Act for counties, or comes from it. It places a limit on how much a county can accumulate in its general fund. So if we amended this out and just deleted it, then this would be a more accurate statement than it is now, because that 18.3 million number is incorrect.
So by eliminating B altogether?
We could do that too. Yeah. It wouldn't change the actual ordinance. The whereas section, there's no force of law there, so.
Okay. Is this something that you guys want to look at a little bit more or move on tonight?
Why don't we let Micah correct these those numbers a little bit, and then let's look at it next week.
Okay. It is under initial, so does that, how everyone else feel okay? Okay, appreciate that, Micah. Well, that's what we'll do, is bring back with those details for next week, that we can have something that we'll go ahead and move on at that point. So, how about ordinance 2023-44? Sheriff, this is yours, isn't it?
It is.
Not because of your age.
No,
Okay.
most certainly not. So this ordinance is being proposed based off of an internal audit that was conducted under Jess Bradfield and by Kate, who was hired by the county to conduct an audit of the Senior Citizens Center. And what was found is that the Senior Citizens Board that was created back in the 70s has not, that basically there is no board at this current time. There's not an appointed, neither an elected board. The audit found that there's no requirement under state law. There's no requirement under the Older Americans Act of 1965, which is federal law. And in fact, was found that it would probably be more beneficial for us to dissolve the Senior Citizens Board and then just create a department in the county that would then be the senior center. And so that's what this ordinance does. It dissolves the Senior Citizens Board, creates a department of the county known as the Cache County Senior Center, and then it outlines the purposes of that department and establishes what the duties of the department head are. Now, we currently have a director of the senior center, and part of the ordinance would just states that the director would then take the place of the department head and act in that position. So there'd be no need at this time to appoint and have advice and consent. The director would just move over into the position of department head. And then the rest of the ordinance gets rid of all of the language in county code that talks about the Senior Citizens Board, so that then it could be a department under the office of the executive.
Any questions? I know we talked about this in ordinance and policy, so,
Makes sense to me.
And I texted Giselle earlier just to make sure she was aware of it, and she's out of the country, but she is aware and knew what was going on, so.
okay. I'll either entertain a motion, or we can push it to next week.
Well, I'll move that we
Suspend the rules.
suspend the rules and approve ordinance 2023-44, an ordinance dissolving the Senior Citizens Board of Cache County, established under Cache County Code 2.52, and creating the Cache County Senior Center as a department under the office of the county executive.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded that we suspend the rules, pass ordinance 2023-44, dissolving the Senior Citizens Board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 2023-25. This came about so that we will, as we have splitting the auditor and clerk, we need to have something ready for the auditor to be able to, anyone running for the auditor will know what they're getting into and forever be happy. That is, as if that happens. So, is there any input on that? Is that Amy, or who is going to actually talk about this for? Pretty clear, but.
Unless you have it up on there. Right here. Perfect. I just had the graph that I sent in the email, if that might be helpful too.
It's way too reverent in here. Carrie, would you say the prayer? Again, yeah, I know, I saw you back there.
Can you make that bigger? I can't even see it from here.
First in a Sunday school class some days.
I can't see it. On the back row.
Yeah. You're thrilled. Kind of looks like a sacrament meeting with all of them, their heads down, reading their phones. Now, guys, the glow is supposed to come from within, not from without on the phone up on your foreheads, okay? From within. Okay. Sorry about that, Amy.
No problem. So as we have, or you have passed to have the clerk and the auditor office split, we thought it would be wise to put into place a minimum type salary or something in resolutions so that as those people that were interested in filing, they would have an idea of what that salary would be. What you have up on the screen are the different counties that we compare to. So with our second and third class counties, and then Salt Lake County is up there as a first class county. We don't necessarily compare to them, and that's why those numbers have the strike through them. But just to help you see what the first class county is compared to the others. Also, you can see that 3 of those counties still have those offices combined, and that's what that salary is there in that second column with the colors in it. So this is kind of where everyone is at. I took the average of those salaries, and you can see for the auditor, it's $127,981. And so that could give you a starting point. The resolution before you does not have any values entered into it because it should be at your discretion and at your up for discussion so that you can determine that. You could determine to go somewhere around that 127. I think that the resolution is worded to say at a minimum of, because this person or this position wouldn't be effective until January of 2025, so there could be cost of living adjustments or even market adjustments based on where we're at with the market. So that would be how I would recommend wording the resolution. I think that Micah has it that way, that it would be at a minimum of, and so then it could be raised higher, but that would at least give people that were interested in running for office an idea of where that salary could be, and it wouldn't be any less than where you set that. So any questions that I can answer for you?
And why Davis Auditor so much higher than clerk?
Why? I don't know. You would have to ask Davis County. I'm not sure why they pay what they pay, just those are the figures that I get, so.
I think it's interesting that the combined position is a smaller salary than when they branch them out.
Yeah.
Because that would be more work.
But you're talking on the combined ones, there are 3 smaller counties.
Washington's big.
Washington and Weber are both second-class counties.
You went to those quite as
UNS, yeah, but
smaller.
Washington and Weber are both big counties.
Box Elder. And we just approved a salary for the clerk auditor combined of
I think it went to 112.
112, I believe that 112, 157, is that?
Yes,
I believe that's what
that
was.
would be
Yeah.
what it was recommended it to
Yeah.
go to, the 112, 157.
I look at this and shake my head. Those are, in my mind, insanely high salaries. I mean, I liked Barbara's quote by Reagan. I mean, we are trying.
Could you read that again, please?
We are trying really hard to cut costs, to reduce the amount of bureaucracy and the cost of government to our citizens. And man, oh man, it just gets higher and higher and higher. And we continue to put a higher and higher burden on the taxpayers. And when you look at the salary plus the really generous benefits that are associated with working for the county. It's, in my, this is my opinion, but in my mind, somebody who is considering running for office and looking at the salary needs, all of our people need to take into account the exceptional benefits that they get by working here. Salary isn't the only issue. I've told this before. When my brother retired from working for the county after 40 years, and I looked at his retirement benefits he was going to get. I ran a net present value of that, and I said, do you not realize that somebody getting that kind of salary for the next 25 years, they would have to be a millionaire right now. Money that they would have put aside in the private sector to be able to match that retirement. And so I don't know what to do for sure, but I just shake my head and think this is just, no wonder government is so expensive. No wonder our taxes are so high, because we just keep increasing the cost of what we do. We're going to be talking about other issues when we do our budget, and somehow we've got to reduce the cost of government. And I don't have a magic wand to do that, but we've got to figure out a way to do it. I appreciate the research Amy's done on this. And I see we're not the only county that is probably facing these issues, but
I look at that, and initially I would almost say let's just mirror the clerk as far as the current clerk auditor, 112, 157, and mirror those two together for the clerk and then for the auditor. So the clerk at 112, 157, and the auditor at 112, 157.
And you can see that that's what 1, 2, 3, 4 of the counties out of the 5 that are listed have actually done. So that would be something that would be very similar to what's going on in the market. The other thing to consider as you talk about these salaries is, we've talked about the auditor, although you can't put any of those minimum qualifications on it. If you're seeking to have someone that has those types of qualifications with financial interests and understanding and possibly even a CPA, you need to consider the pay needs to be what would be reasonable for a professional to take that on and what they could be making in the private sector in order to entice them to run for office.
And that was my next question, was going to be to our clerk auditor. Of the two jobs, of the two between clerk and auditor, which one do you feel has a higher responsibility level and has or higher demand level, or are they the same?
I think the work between the two of them is different. I'm not sure that the demand is higher or lower in one office than another, but the auditor's financial responsibility does require different skills that tend to be paid higher in the private sector. So if I were making a decision to skew the salary of one higher than the other, I would make the auditor's salary a little bit higher than the clerk. And I think we see examples of that, at least in some cases. I have an unrelated comment, if that's okay.
Yeah.
As the clerk, I have made a public notice based on the current salary for those who are filing for candidacy in January. So whatever the council decides, it would be helpful to make a timely decision on what those amounts are going to be for 2025, so that whoever's filing for that office is paying the correct fee in January of 2024. So regardless of what the amounts are, as long as the council makes a decision in December, that will be a lot clearer for those who are filing.
Any suggestions? How do you want to look at it?
Can we ask, Amy, can I ask a question? Based on those qualifications that you're talking about, CPA, finance area, do you have an idea, or can you get an idea by a week from now of what that salary range would be to entice that qualification to come here?
As I've looked at a couple of different things, I would say you're leaning more towards what that average salary is looking at, if not higher.
127.
The 127 versus the 112. So,
Okay, I know this hurts, but based on what we've changed and everything else, we're almost down this road that points us to that higher salary to get that qualification. And that's still less than what we paid our finance director that passed, so.
keep in mind that the finance director was paid higher, but he had also been here for 18 years. And
Well, and
so
that's why I asked about
he was on the
Davis, if
higher
it
end
was-
of the pay range,
That's why I
right?
asked about Davis if it was tenure.
Yeah, I don't know.
I believe part of that is tenure. I believe the Davis County auditor has been there for a while.
Okay.
And we also need to
Curtis,
remember what
that's
it
Curtis
says
County.
about this, at a minimum, like this could change.
Could change,
Before
yeah.
2025, but we need to set a reasonable minimum, knowing that we may need to add to it. So I would say maybe if we did the, I don't know. My thought is to maybe make the auditor say a minimum of 125 for now, and the clerk, stay at the 112 that we set, because that's what it's going to be for next year, knowing that we'll change both of those. During the very likely, those will change. I don't know how anyone else feels, but that was a thought that came to me.
Well, I just asked the question then. Let's think about where we're gonna get the money.
Agreed.
We do have professional staff. Because we do have what we need in professional staff that we are compensating with the equivalent or titles.
That's true.
I'll entertain a motion, or go ahead, Barbara.
I think we should mirror it 112 for right now, just to go through this. And then, it's definitely open for change, but I think it should be mirrored. 112, 157 on both. That's just my feeling. Pardon me?
No more than that.
All right, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution, where am I at here?
We have to amend it first.
Okay. Amend the resolution for 2023-25 for wages in this resolution for the county clerk being 112, 157.54. And for the county auditor, this 112, 157, what was the last numbers? 54. And approve this preliminary salaries.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded that we amend this resolution, that the county clerk and county auditor would be identical at $112,154.54.
157.
157 and 54. Oh, dang it! I stole $3 from you. Okay. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I abstain.
I abstain.
I'm in favor. I'll go aye. Anyone else?
I said aye.
Oh, aye. It's three of us. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
So 3-2. And abstaining? 2 abstaining.
It does not pass.
Sure, okay. I wish you wouldn't abstain on such a important thing, just yes or no, but that's fine. So the motion fails, or motion passes 3-2. So, that'll be,
4?
what's that? Five people voted, it passed at 3-2.
Oh.
Two abstaining.
Majority of voting.
Of the voting.
Majority of voting members, so abstentions would count.
Five is a
Right.
quorum.
Five is still a quorum, so majority.
So it passes at 3-2. So, okay, so that'll be, now that's amending it. It is now open for discussion on what you would like to do with that now. So it is amended, that it'll be there on the page one, it'll say 112, 157.54 for each one of those. Okay, is there any discussion on this resolution?
What are we talking about? I'm sorry.
On the resolution as amended.
First, we amended it, and now we're going to talk about the
Oh,
resolution.
okay, thank you.
So, hearing none, or I guess there's no motion to pass it or not, I guess we'll just leave it till next week then. Wow. I guess that's fine, we'll move on. Okay, let's go to resolution 2023-26. Want to find that one? Okay,
All right, this is a simple resolution. May 1st, 2022, the County Council entered into an agreement with Lincoln Hill Partners to provide lobbying services for the county. And in that contract, it allowed for, upon 30 days' notice, the county can back out of that contract with 30 days' notice at any time. And this resolution would do that and terminate the contract with Lincoln Hill Partners. That is the
Okay.
resolution.
I know we have had some individual discussion on this. I know Terry Gibson from Lincoln Hill is here. Is it okay if we let him speak for a moment? And share what he would like to? He's come up here. Carrie, go ahead, and if you'd come up here and if you'd share a short insight on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to share my light. I got that from my dad. No matter how hard I try, I'm not going to have a head of hair like you.
Difference between light and glare.
Okay. Okay. I understand. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to take just a few minutes. I will keep it short because I gave a fairly extensive report a couple of weeks ago here and was actually a little bit surprised to see this pop up on the agenda yesterday. But I want to just say how grateful I am for a diligent body that I saw here this evening. I have been in a seat similar to yours and understand the difficulties of what you're going through. And frankly, it pained me a little bit to watch that wrestling that you, it brought back some difficult memories of the wrestling that I saw you do today, trying to make sure that you are good stewards of taxpayer money. Especially appreciated your comments, Councilman Ward, about providing a value to those taxpayers that tend to continually get the burden of growing government. I will say this. I have two purposes here. One is much less important than the other. The first one is my desire to continue to be a part of this team. As I've expressed before, I love and care about this community and these people, and including you. and I have been honored to be a part of it. That being said, the main point I wanted to make here today is simply the importance of not only continuing a relationship like this, but prioritizing it. And let me just explain why. I know that there are many, there are a few that don't understand how the world seems to have changed all around us, right? But it is. And the reality is this is a growing and thriving community, one where the needs, especially infrastructure-wise, are going to become more and more difficult to meet, especially as you mentioned, Councilman, on the backs of local taxpayers. That becomes very difficult. And my only plea to you is that I think if this is done appropriately and this is done right, which I think we're getting a handle on with some of the recent changes that we've talked about. If this is done right, this can be a tremendous relief to local taxpayers. In other words, with that growth comes infrastructure, and with infrastructure comes the need for being able to grab some of those funding sources available from state and federal government. They don't happen on their own. They take a very complex effort. It's easy for some to say that they might be able to replace those, but the reality is it's going to take a team to do that right here in this community, and I would love to be able to hone in on that just a little bit further. Now, as Chair Erickson mentioned, I have had a few conversations today with individual council members. It seems like there has been that we may have hit on a few things that we might be able to adjust to make things appropriate as we move forward and make things work in a more positive, in a more productive manner. If you're so inclined, I would love to have a few days to try and hammer a few of those out during the next week. If you're not, I understand. I understand the predicament that you're in and what you're faced with. But I am committed to being a part of the solution here and not a part of the problem. And if you are willing to give us that leeway, I think we can do some things that'll make you really proud. So I don't really have a lot of detail other than that, other than to say how grateful I am for the opportunity. And I will be happy, of course, to answer any questions that you might have today.
Thank you, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Any questions that you'd have? No? Oh, Mark, your mouth open.
Sorry. So one of the things, and we've kind of talked about this in some discussions, is we're looking at where and how to prioritize our what we can and what we cannot keep in our budget. And in that discussion was some talk about the formal process for communicating what the will of the council is, and then having that be what Carrie would have worked on, or what a lobbyist would be focusing on. And no matter what we do, I think we need that in place when we are then having anyone, or either us, Micah, or whoever is going to be representing council. We've got to have a formal process for getting what priorities to focus on that is on behalf of the council, rather than it be what I want, what Mark wants, and then that dominates all the time or whatever. And I think that's the same contract with a lobbyist or house staff or whatever. And so my one thing I'm wrestling with, use the term that Carrie just threw out there, is are we there yet? And the legislative session is upon us. How do we make sure we're not missing more than we're saving? You know what I mean? That's a risk that I'm recognizing in this conversation. If we have some big projects that require support from the state underway that we've been awarded, but I think there's support that goes with that we don't yet have. and I don't want to throw away what we've spent, what we've gained, and so I'm not yet 100% sure where to go with this, because this is a big chunk of change, but I think there's some risk we lose more than we save if we don't get it right. Not to say that we can't find ways, but we're kind of at a time crunch.
Other questions, comments?
I would be willing to, visit with Carrie and see what we could actually put on the table or take off the table, or what, needs to be done that way, but
Maybe we should table this for another week.
Okay.
I'm agreeable to that.
Any other comments?
I'm not privy to what other council members talked with Carrie or whatever else, but
You need to give me your cell phone number, Nolan.
I hide that. Mark brings up a good point. But so does Carl when we talk about money, so. It doesn't hurt to hear what's going on and talk about this next week at all. Not at all. Get more information.
I think we need to.
Looks like I'm getting a lot of head shakes and a couple of little shoulder shakes, and
Just glad it's not finger shaking.
get those two. Okay,
Not
so
here.
Yeah, I
should
don't
we-
know what we're talking about, but I thought we had kind of talked about as a group of doing another strategy, is how we want to approach our relationship with our legislators. So that's why this kind of news to me. So I'm still on board with the strategy we'd already talked about, but that's okay.
So am I,
I'm
but I'm
I'm
willing to
open
listen.
to listening to whatever new information there might be, but
And Carrie, I've shared kind of the direction that we're looking. We're looking actually, which was input from all the council that came in some smaller meetings that we had. And so you being aware of that, you're welcome to call any of us and we'll have a dialogue or put some things together or something. If you can share, if you have more, a better idea or strategy, I think that we're open for that too.
Okay. Well, I will just say that nothing is off the table in my mind. I'm willing to look at however we can make this successful. That's my goal here. And I think, again, we're starting to turn a corner with one of the real challenges that we've had, in all honesty, has been knowing who the point is here for the legislative strategy. And as we talked a couple of weeks ago, I was really excited to hear that you might have designated a point, clearly, that is bright and able to help us navigate that communication process with the council. But I think if you allow us to hash this out again for a couple of days, I think I would probably work directly with the chair and vice chair on setting that up. But I'm happy to. I will just say that again, nothing's off the table, and I like where we're going.
Okay, share one thing to the group if you could.
Sure.
Share where Lincoln Hill is also the lobbyist for UAC. How then are we benefiting from actually where you're with UAC and you're with us, and rather than if we just stick with UAC?
Okay, so maybe I wasn't as clear
Give
as
us a good distinct difference or advantage or disadvantage right there, because we have been pressured, and I will feel that there's a little bit of pressure that with UAC that, that they would rather that some counties not have separate lobbyists, but some counties are huge where, they can afford several lobbyists and to affect some very powerful legislative changes that means millions and millions and millions to them.
And I will just simply answer that question with a question and say, if you pay attention, where's the money going? It's going to those counties with a robust lobbying effort. To answer your first question, There, Lincoln Hill is not affiliated with the Utah Association of Counties. Lincoln Shirts, one of our partners, has a small contract with UAC to handle some very specific issues. There was a time when Lincoln was directly employed at UAC and, carried a lot of that UAC load. It's very specific on 2 or 3 major issues, like taxation, general tax policy, things like that. But again, he is a part of this. I have absolutely no affiliation financially with the Utah Association of Counties, other than I was their president a few years ago, but, and have a lot of relationships there. But as far as a financial relationship, absolutely none. And so, to be honest, I feel like it's a win-win for Cache County in this case, to have an inside-the-door peek from time to time with Lincoln's connection, but at the same time have absolutely no reason why we can't be completely independent when we need to. And the reality is, the time is coming that that's going to happen more and more. So if you're talking to individuals at UAC, yes, there are times when it may seem simpler if you don't flex your muscle and the large dues payers at UAC, like Salt Lake and Utah counties, do. Okay? It might be easier for them. I'm telling you from my personal experience, both inside of UAC and now outside, it's not necessarily the best thing for you as a county to not have that independence and that ability to be fiercely independent when you need to. And that's why, I'm completely separate from any of that. And that gives me the ability to represent you, stay connected to UAC, but to represent you directly. So anyway, there's my thoughts. I hope that answers your question, Dave.
Okay, because, that's been raised, and I think that's a viable question, so I appreciate that. So we'll have some connections this next week and get what detail to help us in refining that decision. Okay?
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Carrie. Okay, with that in mind, that'll then be held over. Let's go back to what Nolan calls, what do you call it?
The joyous opportunity of discussing the budget.
Okay. 9B, Resolution 2023-18. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Well, let's go ahead and let's open that up. Brittany is here. Yep.
Hello, Brittany.
And if we do this auctioneer style, you keep up?
I will take really good notes, and this is recorded. So I can always come back to listen
No, you'll do
later.
good. You will do good. Brittany, we appreciate you stepping in and taking, and helping out in this interim. I think that's very valuable to us. You've taken on those added responsibilities to help us, and thank you very, very much.
I echo that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, with that in mind, are there any, we have no specific amendments? Oh, hang on, we did have a list. Let's go back to those, right there, under your packet, in the media packet there, 9B-2, right? Budget amendments,
9B.
20 pages.
Okay, got it.
Yep, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
These are ones that we've,
Yes, so these ones I missed. Micah got them to me before the November 7th meeting, and I just left them out of the amendment document. The ones for the council here. And then GIS was a new request that came in after we approved the amendments. Can't even remember which meeting those were approved in. Was it November 7th?
No, it's 24th. Oh, yeah.
28th.
Yeah, it was.
Wasn't it the 28th?
It was, it was the 24th of October.
Okay.
It's the,
That can't be right.
no, it was November 7th.
In the November 7th meeting, they had this opportunity came up after, And so we include it here for consideration. And then this vegetation management amendment, when I was compiling the 2024 council budget, I noticed that I duplicated, when we moved the vegetation position from, so our original amendment, we had missed one position in vegetation management, and so we were requesting to put that back in. And then Phil was helping me with the compensation committee recommendations, and when he did that, he
We left it out again.
included that position in Fund 100. And when I did the budget, moving it from 200 to 100, I didn't know he already had it in 100, so I moved it from 200 again. So I duplicated moving it out of municipal services. So this amendment would be to correct that so that the budget in municipal services is 0 and not a negative budget. And then number 7 is for the airport. When we did the 3% budget cuts, we reduced our contribution to the airport by 3%. The recommended amount was $100,000, and they were requesting $100,000 from Logan City and from Cache County. And so after that was approved, the airport manager came to me and said he didn't really think that it was fair for Cache County to pay $97,000 and Logan City to contribute $100,000. And so this is to request that we don't cut that contribution to the airport so that we can match what Logan City is going to contribute next year.
And Logan City is already approved that they will send that
They
100,000?
were supportive of the full amount that they were
Okay.
I
requesting.
find that odd, though. Who uses it most? I mean, Logan City with their university pilot school, and we're talking about a $3,000 not being fair, and yet, that's just my feeling, so. I've always wondered what's being paid into the airport by those who use it more, so.
So was that $3,000 the only deduction that they had proposed, or that was proposed to the airport budget?
Yes, because that's the only thing we contribute to the airport. They have their own fund and their, yeah. And then this debt service amendment, Maggie caught when she was reviewing, when we moved the municipal services budget, I need to correct myself, when we moved road and vegetation management from municipal services to the general fund, there was a transfer out of the municipal services fund to the debt service fund for the road facility bond payment. And so this amendment is to correct, so we moved that bond payment transfer out from the municipal services to the general fund budget, but in the debt service budget, we still showed a transfer in from the municipal services budget, and that was now moved to the general fund. So this is to remove the transfer in from municipal services and then move it to the general fund. And then you guys had approved the elected official salaries in the last council meeting, and so we added an amendment for those amounts to be put into the budget for next year. And then the very last one, number 12, is the updated allocation amounts for each budget.
For the tax admin information, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about these tax admin percentages? How long ago was that set? Is it ever revisited?
It's my understanding it's a state statute, I believe, said, isn't it?
But they define the percentage or just the process?
That what we're allowed, I thought it's the allowing of that we could actually use.
Okay.
I don't know,
Well, I just look at it, we're given 10% credit towards tax administration compared to some other, I don't know, I think we do as much or more than some of the other. But I don't know, like I said, I don't know how those percentages were determined, how long ago it was, and if that is something that is ever revisited, or whether it's completely set by statute and we just let it go. Anybody know the answer?
I have no
Okay.
idea.
And that, you know what, that's fine.
this isn't the first time that question's been asked.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I cannot tell you if I've ever gotten the same answer twice.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Well, maybe we could ask Micah to look into that at some point in the next few weeks. At
Brit-
this point, I think we just.
Brittany, that might just be a research thing sometime,
Yeah,
Can do that.
okay.
That would be great,
Yeah.
within,
Can do that.
Okay.
probably it's something to look at to see the what and whys of how that tax admin percentage is distributed.
Yeah, I don't need to
That's
rock the boat.
No, that's a good question. Okay, with that in mind, I guess we could probably I'd entertain a motion either to accept these amendments that we currently are dealing with here before we get into the rest of the budget.
I would make a motion that we accept the amendments as presented to us.
I'll
by
second
Brittany.
it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we accept these amendments, and I guess they would be the budget amendments dated 11/28/2023, what they're dated, under 9B of 2024 budget amendments. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passes. They will be added to the regular budget. Let's go back then to the budget itself. And those amendments probably would not be currently reflected in this budget here yet, but yet I don't think anything that we really talk about here, I guess that would kind of come later. Is there any other things you would like to talk about, bring up? We only have one more week. It needs to be passed by the 31st of December. Unless you would like to meet, she coughs away. Unless you'd like to meet more than just next week in special meetings, I guess we better talk. So anyone want to share some changes, additions, deletions, things you see?
Well, I didn't see any changes of what we talked about in our individual, I'll call it cluster meetings.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't reflected in any of this yet.
We did not make amendments to those because they kind of differed a little bit from each of the cluster meetings, I guess you could say. So we left them open so that they could be brought forth today if you would like.
I've been thinking about this very, very heavily, and so I have some comments. Sunday, we had a bunch of weather. As I look around on this budget and I look at our county departments, I watched our road department out working diligently all Sunday, moving snow and doing everything else. I came through Wellsville Canyon, Sardine Canyon, late Saturday night as the canyon had been closed because of weather, and I see our sheriff's group up there diligently working. I am at a loss at where I can even begin to point. I look at the attorney's office, I look at the treasurer's office, the development office. All of you guys are working and doing so much that I thank you, the fairgrounds and everything else. I'm at a loss of where we even begin to start to understand what to do with this budget. I know there's 7 of us up here, and now I'm going to walk through some of my thoughts. Each of us are different in as we approach, and each of us serve different parts of the county as far as committees go and everything else. But one thing I spent last night calling many previous elected officials and getting their opinion of how things have been ran in the past and getting some ideas, because I, for one, have not served under anybody different. I've just been here 3 years, and so I wanted to get some thoughts of how things were ran and what's going on out there. As I've talked about that and as I've sat and watched, I look at the executive's budget, and my personal opinion is there needs to be some cuts there. I understand that the executive is different than other past executives. I'm different than other council members. But I'm sitting here from a standpoint that, as I read the council code, and if you look at that, it talks about what things the executive is supposed to be doing. It seems it's more to be dealing with the county employees and the county things. I watched the news the other day, and there was our executive down with the governor at a meeting, and I wondered what that was as far as county business goes. So I understand he gets to run it the way he wants, but as a person who's sitting here from a budget standpoint, I'm talking about cutting travel and some budget and asking him that he stays here more in the county and deals with county issues and the county work. That's my opinion and that's my feeling, and I have tried to wrestle with this, and I've called and talked to others, and that's where I'm coming from at this point. And I know it's hard to do, but we're working elected officials, and working means being here, just like we're all here tonight, doing those things. And I think we need to challenge everybody who is a working elected official to be working. And I know there's a lot that are doing it, and I thank you for doing that. This is not a personal attack against the executive or anyone in the executive. I'm just saying, as it comes down to it, I've looked at budgets, I've looked at all of those, and I'm like, okay, I think there needs to be some cut here that will not impact as much on the county as if we start somewhere else. And I know that's a hard discussion, but I have wrestled with it, I've called others, and that's my feeling right now.
Well, I agree with everything Nolan said. And I look back as to when I started working with the county, and the county council, and the executive office consisted of Janine and the executive, period. That was it. And they got the work done. And my comments about we continually tend to grow government, and we grow government by deciding that there are more projects we need to be taking on. We look at social issues and decide that maybe somehow government needs to be involved. Maybe somehow the county needs to be involved. And I think that's where the growth in government starts, and where it creates problems, because once it starts to grow, it's very difficult to shut it off and to keep it back under control. Again, I look back at Lynn Lemon and his 16 or 18 years or whatever he served as the county executive, and you know, he didn't have a deputy, he didn't have an administrative assistant other than Janine, and there weren't interns that were working there, and I'd like to know how Nolan termed it. We are working elected officials. Our role isn't to be out there being cheerleaders for some social cause, or to make ourselves known and visible to other groups and things like that, making political statements. That's not what county government is for. It's to run the business of Cache County. It's not to get loaded up with social issues. And I think that's where we need to make some changes in the understanding of what our purpose is. And if there is a situation that comes up that requires some review by the council, then it should come to the council, but we shouldn't be out there trying to, how do I term it? Trying to self-start problems or self-start issues. I was thinking about when we did the event center. How did that come to us? It was because we had a problem out at the fairgrounds. The buildings were old, they were falling down, they were unsafe, and so it was something that we needed to address. And so Bart and Craig at the time came up with the idea of doing a new center, and it was brought forward to the council, and we talked about it at depth and at length, looked at plans, considered costs, and did a lot of review, and determined that in this case that was something that would be needed. And we need to get in our minds the difference between a need and a want. We have a lot of wants, but we need to separate that into needs, and we need to constantly think about where do we get the money. Everything we talk about in this budget, we're spending this, we're spending that. Where do we get the money? And what is it a need or is it a want? Is it a nice to have or is it a necessity? And I think we're at the point of we need to make sure that we are focusing on the necessities, not on the nice to haves.
There was some statements that said, are we drafting a conservative budget? Are we being conservative in what we're spending and what we're doing? Are we really looking deep into this? And like I say, I've spent a lot of time, and I'm at a loss. I mean, somehow we got to cut fluff so that we're in deal for next year for what we're going to be doing. I look at my constituents. I look at people who are out working and going day by day. Each of us sat in Board of Equalizations and heard people come in and the impact that the tax is having on them as a family and their children. And we're seeing this inflation. And yes, that impacts us as a county, but we got a tough choice here, and we got a tough situation. And that's why I spent time talking with others and going over some things. And it doesn't stop here. It's got to be looking in everything at what we're doing from that as a county, where we're spending, what we're doing. We've got to become efficient and more efficient. And I've said my piece, and I've still got more to say, but I don't want to talk all the time either. So,
Well, I'll make it easy for you. I'll withdraw my request to increase the funding for the travel and for the intern. And if you want to bring that back to where it is in the current year, we'll get by with that. That should be no problem. I think we can make that work. I just wanted to address, if I could, the staffing issue. I haven't added any staff in my office. Karina's position was added before I was elected, and the reason why her position was added was because before, when it was just Janine was literally here until 10 o'clock at night, working on Saturdays, really just being worked to death. I would encourage each of you to reach out to Janine and to ask her about, I appreciate that you're doing research and asking people. I would encourage each of you to reach out to Janine and ask her anything you want about the operations of the office, of her workload, of Karina's workload, of what her workload was like before, of how many hours she was putting in before. She still works so hard and puts in more than she should. But she was putting in way more than we should have been asking of her. And it just was not right. It wasn't fair. And I appreciate previous council creating that additional position to help Janine with that very heavy workload. And again, I did not advocate for creating that position. However, when I was elected, within that first year of being elected, I spoke with Bryce, who was my chief deputy at the time, and I said, we've got to do something about Janine's workload. It's just way too heavy, and she's putting in way too many hours. And that's when he told me, well, the good thing is the council approved in last year's budget funding for an additional position. And that's when we went ahead and filled that position. So thankfully, the previous council had seen that issue and filled that need by providing the funding for it. In relation to things that I'm involved in, Councilmember Gunnell, I think that's awesome that you're doing research and reaching out to people. I would invite you to come and meet with me and talk to me. I would, again, extend that same invitation to all of you. If you want to come do a ride-along with me, come find out a little bit about some of the things that I'm working on and what I'm doing. I would love to meet with you and spend some time talking about things and answering your questions. I appreciate those of you who have come and spent time, and I think it's been very productive when we've done that. And I apologize that I stepped out. I was actually cheerleading for a social cause just now. That's what I was doing when I stepped out. I ran across the street to the Logan City Council and spoke to advocate in favor of them rezoning a parcel for us to be able to build a receiving center. And I see that as my responsibility. By virtue of my position as county executive, I serve on the board of directors of Bear River Association of Governments, of Bear River Mental Health, of Bear River Health Department. Under state law, counties are responsible for mental health and public health. These are our legal responsibilities. I haven't just pulled these out of the air as something that I want to work on. It's something that is my legal responsibility to work on. And I understand that different elected officials might prioritize things differently or have different roles in how they serve in those positions. But my predecessors did the same thing. They were on those boards as well. I don't know specifically which issues they championed or advocated for, but they served in those roles as I do. I think those are very important. When I think about the various responsibilities we have a lot of responsibilities as a county, from things related to land use to public safety to mental health. When I think about the variety of topics that I could spend my day on, helping people in need is right there at the top of my list. And it's kind of interesting because I didn't think that was going to be what I would be spending my time on when I ran for this office. And maybe sometimes, I know we're all conservative Republicans up here, and sometimes we get a bad rap for not caring about people in need. And I don't think that's fair, because the Republicans I know care about people who are in poverty. They care about people who are struggling with mental illness. And I think maybe I listened to that criticism a little bit too much before I got elected to this position. And maybe I started to believe it even a little bit, that we shouldn't be doing as much as we're doing to help those in need. But as I entered this office, I felt a responsibility. I felt a mantle placed upon my shoulders to take care of the citizens of this county. I feel like I need to spend my time helping with things like mental illness, with suicide prevention, with homelessness, with a variety of health and poverty-related issues. And I think as a county and as a community, we've made some tremendous progress in that area in recent years. But there's a lot more still to be done. What I just spoke to the Logan City Council about was how we have an incomplete continuum of care when it comes to mental health in our community. If you look at traditional health care, we have a great system, from ambulances and EMTs all the way to specialized surgeons and everything in between. But we've had some missing links when it comes to mental health. We thankfully have completed some of those links in the last couple of years. We now have a 988 system, which is similar to the 911 system, but for mental health crisis. We now have a mobile crisis outreach team that's similar to our EMS system, and we're soon going to have a receiving center that's similar to our Instacare or ER system. We're completing those things, and we're serving the people of this county. That it may not be immediately apparent to a lot of people that that's one of our responsibilities, because we have partnered with our neighboring counties, Box Elder and Rich County, to create a collaborative where we address public health and mental health and the variety of social services that are provided through BRAG. But those are all still our responsibility. And if those agencies went away tomorrow, we would have to create a mental health department in the county. We would have to create a public health department in the county, like many other counties around our state have. And I think those are critical needs. It was mentioned, I heard you mention, Councilmember Gunnell, that I was with the governor yesterday. Yes, I was asked to help with an initiative that he's working on that will hopefully result in significant amount of funds coming to communities like ours, and hopefully ours, to help people in need. If the governor calls again and says, I need your help to help people in need, I will be there. That's my job. That's my responsibility. I will do that again and again. If there are things that I'm focusing on that you think are not important or not critical, I would love to sit down with you and talk to you about it and hear what your concerns are. I spend a lot of time thinking about all of these things and what my priorities should be and what I should be focusing on. And there are so many of them with about 36 different boards and committees that I'm responsible for being involved in. I can't even make it to all of them because they overlap. Sometimes I have other people fill in for me oftentimes. There is a lot of work to be done. That all requires staff support. That requires a significant amount of time. Being a working elected official, as I am, it requires evenings, it requires weekends. I'm literally always on the clock. I'm always working about this stuff. I'm always thinking about this stuff. I'm always reading about this stuff, trying to figure out how we can do the best job we can of serving our citizens. And that's what I think is my responsibility, and that's what I think the voters asked me to do and want me to do. If you have different opinions, I'd love to hear those, and I appreciate those of you who shared them tonight.
Okay, let's get back to budget. I appreciate everything that's been said. Carl, Nolan, I totally agree with what you've said. Totally agree, 100%. Let's start, let's dig into some suggestions. We can go page by page, we can get some changes. I know while we got a few people, I had some questions. Amy, you could probably answer this one. I noticed on the miscellaneous services in human resources budget, it's on page 10 of ours.
Thank you.
Is that for a lot of the county parties and stuff? Does that come out of your miscellaneous? Because we've been hating these things called miscellaneous. And I want some specifics on that, if you could. I kind of thought it was.
Yeah, so that money for the Christmas party and the summer party used to reside in a different account. I don't remember exactly which one. Just a regular miscellaneous expense. And then last year it was moved into my budget to manage that, since I was the one that was over planning those parties and the expenses, so.
Okay, that was the question I had of yours. I first of all, I appreciate all the presentations, the people that have come forth, and they've shared their budget in detail. Some of them that I felt very, very, good about. Others, we didn't get a whole lot of detail, but we got a lot of other stuff that kind of, to me, created tangents away from really what we were talking about. But I think that there was some information. I had a question on the buildings and grounds, why there was an increase so much on, it is on 141-6260, page 15. We'd kind of always sat in between that 53 to 54,000, and then we jumped up to 62,000 as an ask. It's an $8,000 increase, and I was wondering what were the plans for that? Any idea?
From what I think I can remember, Building and Grounds is one of the departments that I helped create the department request for, or with. The 260 account is what Dennis uses for all of the maintenance for the admin campus. And then I think he also picked up cleaning the CJC building. And so those are just for extra supplies for the additional building that he's also
So
covering.
we've got an additional 8,000 required there?
Yep, the increase in costs, and then the additional, what he was responsible for, the additional grounds, so.
Okay, is
I
that,
don't know
is
if I
that why
remember
there's an
exactly how he got
additional,
there.
under the full-time employees, did we acquire another employee too for buildings and grounds? Because it looks like we've jumped 42,000 there.
I'm trying to remember. I want to say, I think he requested an additional employee. Could I borrow your,
I'm not sure, so.
the Google, your internet? Yeah? Sorry. It's like I could look it up for a second.
Okay.
If you don't mind giving me a few minutes, I can
No.
look at it.
While you're doing that, that'd be great. The other questions that I have is, I think it's very apparent that when we look at things, is I am all for maintaining, and I say maintaining, a lot of the funds that affect direct patron services. You know, those daily services of individuals, of people that, hey, they're looking one-on-one and everything, but I am very much against on utilizing people and funds to go and create, like Carl says, to go create bigger bureaucracies or bigger programs. I am not for that, because I think we have oodles of good people already in the county that are doing a lot of good things, and I think that they just need to be helped in doing the good, keep doing those good things, rather than us try to take over and build facilities and so forth. So I am very much against that. The other thing is, I noticed with victim advocates, they dropped their part-time employees. They ended up dropping them. It was 24,600 because we'd asked, I think, to kind of have them look at a 3% and look at it, and they ended up dropping them. And I always thought the victim advocates is a boots on the ground kind of service that is so, I mean, affects people directly. Excuse me, and I was worried about that loss of those employees. That's a pretty dramatic drop for help that is necessary at different times of the year. So I was just concerned about that one. I will bring it up. I've also looked at, and then as we go over to the economic development, we're an additional $15,000 on contract services from Bragg, I guess. I'm thinking it's from Bragg. Is that what is there another $15,000 increase coming from Bragg that we owe or something? Because it's gone from 150 to 165 on page 16, and I was curious about that. Any idea why we're having to pay more there?
I do for about 12,000 of the 15. I think the rounding up accounts for the 15. But last year, if you remember, we kind of put the cart before the horse just because of the workflow. I'm not being critical of that. It was just the way the things played out. And so there was a round number of 150 for the population distribution of the 3 counties participating in the Bragg contract for economic development. It ended up being 161,000 and some change. I don't remember exactly how much in that change, and this is catching me a little off guard, so I appreciate your patience with my memory here, but it was 161. I think it's safe to say you round up, and that's the 12.
That is the
15.
allotment. That should be the finite allotment that's come from Bragg to us saying this is what we owe.
Correct. That's what that is. Yes.
So,
So 15 might be a roundup, but like I haven't specifically asked for anything different, nor has it gone
But
through
I
my.
want to see the exact amount on that one right there.
Okay. There's an invoice. I mean, that was invoiced.
That's exactly what, if you could, we'll find that,
Yeah,
okay?
and the governing board members ought to be able to
Yeah.
speak to that as well with the arrangement that's.
Appreciate that, because that's an extra, 300 or 3,500 or something might change, that I think that could be used other places.
Okay. Yeah. No problem. Again, I'm sorry. You're kind
No,
of.
the other question in that same, while you're there, in that same, we have miscellaneous services of 10,000.
That's a chamber membership that's been
I
in.
understand that our chamber membership has been dropped to $300 and something.
That would be news to me, sir. I'm sorry. I can't speak to that.
The chamber sent an invoice to the county for $330.
Which is our membership.
I don't know what that would be, actually.
That's what was told to me. Deputy executive.
Okay.
Because I always thought the 10,000 is like a donation.
Before I ever got here, I can attest, and you might recall, Mr. Chairman, and those that have been with the county for a minute. Prior to my getting here, the chamber was utilized as contract services to respond to certain RFIs, and I can't speak to the entirety of that. I can just tell you what I've heard, so that's hearsay. But $10,000 was the annual contribution this county has traditionally made to the chamber for some number of years.
For several years.
It used to be 20,000?
No,
And-
it was 10,000, then it went to 20,000 when we had asked Jamie Andrus to actually take on some economic development responsibilities. And then.
If I may, that's.
And then we pulled it back to 10,000 when those were taken away, and we redirected the 10,000 to you when you were hired here at Cache County.
It was actually 30 when they took on the contracted services. But after the pandemic, because they were doing, so the agreement was with the creation of this I have asked Craig Butters, and this is what I was alluding to, those of you that have been around for a minute can recall. In 2021, I came before you and said, there's a bit of an oopsie. And that there was a verbal agreement, at least with the previous county executive, that for certain additional services that they were doing to administer some COVID grant money specifically to help small businesses that were struggling given the lack of retail environment due to the pandemic. If they could go from what had been agreed, again, before I got here, that it would go back to 10,000, if it could be 20, and that was agreed to by this body. I came and said, hey, here's the oopsie, could that sustain going forward? And so that was the 20.
I'm willing to stick with the back to the 10,000, but I understand, and see, this is what was interesting, is an invoice that did come to us in the name of membership.
What was told to me, it was just an invoice for the county's annual membership.
Okay, so we're paying an annual membership, and then we're also giving them the 10,000.
Yes. It's my understanding that prior to me being here, that was the practice, that the county paid a membership fee and had a contribution. When I got here, I told the chamber, we're already giving you all this money, why don't you just include our membership in that? And I believe that's how it was for a short period of time, but then some council members had some negotiations and discussions with the chamber, and I don't know exactly what they came up with as far as a discussion about that, but I believe the chamber proposed that the membership fee be paid in addition to the $10,000 contribution. My personal opinion is the 10,000 should cover it, but I don't think that's what they discussed with some previous council members.
Okay, anyway, that was one thing I needed clarified. I appreciate that, and I think we're all on the same page, even though 30, 20, I remember us changing those things.
And I wouldn't, since I have the opportunity, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't extend to you through conversations that I've had with the chamber that by golly, they'd really like the 20. I understand where you're coming from. I just want it to be noted that they have asked if they could, see that. So I want to be able to, with full integrity, say, I did note that your interest in having 20, would be maintained, but it has been 10,000. The 10,000 for 2023 was paid in February. So this year's dues or annual contribution, whatever, has been paid. And that would account for that miscellaneous. Getting back to the original question, that miscellaneous has been the line item where that annual contribution has been paid from. So I don't perceive that to be an increase, but again, I'm not involved directly, no longer being a county employee with that
2023, it was
process.
10,000.
Okay.
But I just had that question. I wanted to make sure as to where exactly it was going.
Okay, and then Micah, thank you for bringing that up because I'll look into that. I appreciate what Executive Zook has said. I just was not aware of that little nuance.
On page 17, thank you there.
Okay, thanks.
Under page 17, under personnel section there's also another one of these blasted miscellaneous expense accounts. Account number 600, page 17. Of 29,000, it went, we were at 179 in 2022. It had to be some COVID thing. Fell down to 29,500, and we want that same. I want to know what that is being spent on. And I got a big question here. Is money being spent under the accounts that they should be spent? Or is money being spent in accounts that they should not be spent?
By that, are you meaning the 1,000 moving around or less?
No, just for example, I've seen some things, but I think that there are some accounts that have specific names on it, but then when you look into those accounts, there's a lot of other activities and things being spent from those accounts that you're going, that is not what the heading of that account says. And I've seen that, and I've even got a printed out copy of one account that really bothers me. And this tells me that we have got some abuse of county funds going on and that we've got to get stopped. And I'm asking, is there others that people know of? And what's that miscellaneous account or miscellaneous expense for personnel on page 17 all about? Okay, go ahead, please.
There are 6 different items out of that account. Miscellaneous indigent expenses. 2024 miscellaneous expenses, that's $20,000. That's the vast majority of that account. And then $2,500 for supplies for parades, $1,000 for county employees, council gifts, and words cut off, SUP. Supplies, okay. $2,000 for Christmas decorations, $1,200 for property listing service. I do know this is the account that parade candy has been purchased out of. For this year, when I've purchased candy out of the parade, it's come out of the council miscellaneous account, not this one. So this one actually, I think, is one that could be reduced, and there'd be no change because that's for this year. It's been paid out of the council's budget, but it's not very significant. 50,000.
You just mentioned like a whole bunch of just different things, arbitrary things. We'll just use that. We'll just use that.
The vast majority of it is just 2024 miscellaneous expenses, $20,000.
Yeah.
What was that again? Indigent?
The first one was $2,800 for miscellaneous indigent expenses.
So what that is if someone dies in Cache County and they don't have next of kin, we are responsible for their burial expenses. And a few times a year that happens. We'll be contacted by one of the mortuaries in town and say that they'll say that they have somebody and there's no next of kin, and they send us the bill, and under state law we're responsible for that. If I could just respond, Mr. Chairman, to one of the things you said. I'm not sure who your question was directed to about where they're being placed, because I'm not over accounting functions anymore, but I have not authorized anybody to pay for something out of an account that is contrary to what it was intended for. And any direction I would give to anyone who asked is that it should be accounted for in the area where it was planned and budgeted. And I just wanted to say, if you found some examples that are otherwise, I would love to see those as well. If you wouldn't mind sharing those.
I will. Okay. Let's go further. So that one's still, that a miscellaneous, then there almost ought to be a line item for $20,000. There probably ought to be something for that. Or I guess just, it ought to say that or something. Okay, but even, let's go on a little further there. Let's see. Let me go on to, like I say, I really appreciate those that have come and shared their budgets. I would like to actually right now, we currently are in the engineering allocation. I guess part of that engineering comes out of the municipal services, and part of it is coming out of general fund, right?
Well, so the engineering, rather than having two budgets for our engineering department, we left their entire budget in municipal services fund, and then we just have one line where we allocated 50% of their budget into the general fund.
Okay, now let me ask you this. There was at one time a proposed surveyor, full-time surveyor. Was that put into this budget? A full-time county surveyor?
Would that be in municipal services?
That's what I'm saying. Well, it comes on.
That's what it would be.
Yeah.
So it was in the tentative budget.
I want to find out whether that's part of this budget. Because if it was put in there, it was put in there, and these are the things that kind of, I feel like maybe in some ways have been hidden from us or something.
Matt can address that. Matt actually discussed that in his presentation with you.
Where was that? Is that in your, it is in your budget, all 100%? Or is it, again, part of that split?
100% of that budget's in engineering, so that's where that employee would be paid, that's where office expenses, any of those, fuel.
Proposal that you brought up, that was talked about, then that's, right now, that is included to have a new one in the 2024 budget.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I move that we delete that.
Line item are we talking about?
Well, we're going to have to, I think it's about 173,000. I move that we delete that for right now. So if there's a second that we do that, and then maybe later, we'll address that at a later date.
The reason why Matt proposed that is because of SB 174. When the staff talked about what they would need to do to comply with the requirements of SB 174 and the shortened timeframes and deadlines that we now have to comply with, the staff talked about what their biggest holdups would be, or what their biggest bottlenecks might be. And the number one bottleneck they identified was the surveying function and the time frame that it takes to work with outside consultants to get work back.
Okay, I understand that. Was there a second for that motion at all?
Second it.
Moved and seconded that we delete the surveyor position, the newly created.
I don't understand why we're deleting it.
I was hoping that you would with some other things that we had talked about specifically. I think right now is not the time for that, and if you'd like, we can even wait, and I'll be happy to talk to you. But I don't think right now is the time to do that. I think maybe we could in 6 months, we could in a few months, but right now I don't think is the time for that with what's coming down the pike. So I really can't talk in public about those things. So I'll even, as a matter of fact, I'll withdraw that motion if you guys want to talk more about it. And but I will bring that motion back up next week. Should I do that? Okay, I'll withdraw that motion then.
To eliminate the surveyor position?
Yeah. Unless you want to move on it right now. Okay, I'll withdraw that motion. Will the second withdraw that motion? in supporting that right now?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, then, but I can promise you it will come up next week. Okay, but at least I know where we'll go to work with you on that.
We found it in the budget.
Okay.
Just labeled it. It's under Public Works instead of engineering.
It is page 35. It's labeled public.
But the department code number is correct, so it should be the budget, it says Public Works, and then it's the 24475 budget line item. So I missed
Where is it? Page 35?
Page 35, right at the top. There, yeah, I got a pen.
Under
You got your
full-time employees.
You can just cross out Public Works on top of page 35, and it's engineering.
And that's the 118.3 or what?
What, 342, go over one.
Gotcha, okay.
342.
Okay. Let's see. I had another question on page 27. Under the trails, that $100,000 for trail development, is that what is just going to come out of the general fund to just? Is there specific commitments for that $100,000?
If I remember correctly, the 100,000 is from a grant that we've received, and so that money isn't coming from tax dollars, but it was.
Okay, as long as it does not in any way just gonna pull $100,000 arbitrarily for that. So that, I have a question, is it a grant or if it's just coming out of general fund just to have it there for future trails?
Yeah, so that 100,000 is for a grant. I think that was for the 800 West Trail that we're partnering, that we're leading on designing and construction of, so.
Okay, I think we're, the other one was on page 32.
Just in the future, can there be a notation of when there's a grant versus, so we as reviewing that can determine that? Finance, is there any way that anything that's a grant that we're throwing, I mean, we talked about this last week, some money coming in from vacations and dinner and everything else, and it's like, how in the heck do we see that? I would like to see if there's, I mean, can there be a notation?
Probably.
I can say the easiest way would probably look at the revenue side of your statements of revenue and expenditure, is you can look at the revenues, and sometimes it's pretty obvious where one revenue is going to go to another expense. Sometimes it's not as obvious.
Yeah.
So.
It'd be nice if it could be annotated, if that's, I don't even know if that's a big.
Little asterisk.
Okay.
It might require us to change how we're currently doing it.
It's a thought.
Off the top of my head, I don't know,
Okay.
but we can work on it.
It's a thought. I think that's a good thought. Stephen, this might be yours too. On page 32, again, we got a miscellaneous service of $9,600. Let's see, that would be zoning administration, personnel. Page 32. At the top of page 32. The wonderful miscellaneous services. I just.
What number is it exactly?
Chair Erickson, are you referencing 200-4180-620?
Yes.
Yes, so that fee, we traditionally use that fee to support planning commission. So we use that money to pay Megan, who does our minutes, and then we also buy the planning commission food prior, and so that's what most of that money is used for.
Okay.
And also, the planning commission wages come out of that too, or stipend, not wages, excuse me.
They're measly.
They're $15 a meeting.
See, that, I think that almost, okay, that's just something, that's another miscellaneous thing. You sit there and if we didn't know those things, we go, wow, that's a lot of candy for the department, you know? We need to understand those things when we see those miscellaneous at 9,600. That's kind of like, what the
Clarity
heck?
to it rather than just miscellaneous, when it's that much, you know.
I know when I see a miscellaneous account at home, I usually, that's a huge red flag. Say, what are we buying? So, okay, I think that's, I believe, except we can go back on some. Okay. I won't bring that up right now. The other question I had was on 41. Did we approve, was that request and that increase to the Bear River Health Department? I see that they're, as part of, did we approve, I think we did, but did we approve the amendment to increase theirs by 66,900? Was that their increase in asks, do you remember?
I remember approving something.
Something, I can't remember if it was that high, though. 480, 210, 4310, 480.
Oh, I think it was the difference between what we were estimating and what invoice for 2023 came out at to be, if I'm remembering that amendment correctly.
Okay.
I can pull up the amendment and I can tell you for sure.
I just was trying, I went through some things, I couldn't remember it being that steep. But it could have been. I was hoping that your memories were better than mine.
Well, 6%. Remembered something, but I didn't remember it being that big a number.
Yeah.
You see for that budget line, the 2023 budget and 2024 tentative budget are the same numbers. You said we received an update later.
Okay.
After the tentative.
So it was in the group of amendments we, that you guys accepted on the November 7th meeting. And it was number 14 of those amendments. It just says that we're updating the Bear River Health Department request for 2024. The original budgeted numbers were from the prior year, so we were basing off of 2022 because we did not have their requests received yet.
Okay. So since then, this is their request, that's the increase of 66,900.
Yes.
Okay. Because I had a different number to change that, but we can talk about that later too, but we only have only one week. There's some of my thoughts as I was going through everything. I do have a bunch at the very beginning, a council budget we've talked about. Do we want to tackle that right now?
Council Chair, can I interrupt you for a minute?
On page 9?
Council Chair, you had asked about the building and grounds budget. He did request an additional full-time position, and so this would be, the additional ask would be to go from 2 full-time employees to 3 full-time employees. And I don't remember the details as to why.
Taking on another build?
Yes, so they're doing the cleaning. I don't know if they're also doing maintenance or like yard work for the CJC, but they are doing the cleaning. They are. Are they doing the yard as well?
They're doing yard maintenance and
Building.
custodian that comes in in the evenings for the CDC.
In this site, do they also go up Senior Citizen Center? Do they do that one too?
I don't want to speak for Dennis, but to my understanding.
No.
No?
I don't
Okay.
think so.
So where else are they going?
I don't think anywhere else. I think just the admin campus buildings, these 2 here, and then the CJC, I think, are the only ones that I know of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate the input. You want to tackle some council amendments at all? Changes?
Well, we discussed, and I don't know what page is that on? I'm on my.
Nine? I've got the things we had written down, we kind of discussed.
Okay, so let's talk about our miscellaneous. Is that where our meals come from when we have a?
No.
Absolutely.
Our candy last year for parades was $2,600.
Yeah, parades.
We can talk about that amount. That seems excessive.
Yeah.
Like,
Maybe we have
I am just not a fan of parades.
Nolan?
Yes, I've been saying that since I've been there, so.
$2,600.
Yeah, could we do a parade without throwing candy, or is that crazy? I don't know. I just think
We'd
that's
get
an
thrown out by
excess-
the kids.
I know, that's the thing.
They would end up throwing it back at you, or throwing it at you then. So, no,
Yeah.
the cost of those things, they've escalated crazy.
Yeah, I just think
What
that-
used to be a couple, $2-3 a bag, it's just gone to $10 to $12 a bag that you go, my lands.
Yeah, I would be okay with cutting out that completely. And whether we go to the parades or not, we can still discuss that. Or maybe there's a way cheaper option that we could do. I don't even know, but $2,600 seems excessive for candy to throw at parades.
I agree. That half,
I don't think there's cheaper candy than
I
those.
don't think we can get any cheaper.
That's about the
That's the
cheapest
problem.
candy ever.
We can throw air.
Yeah, I know Janine has shopped around and found the cheapest per piece that she can find of candy type and and store that's selling it. As far as that goes, it's checked.
Or you give out copies of the Constitution or
That'll be more than that candy.
Yeah.
maybe.
Well, is there a number, you want to change that?
Yeah, I'd like to just delete that.
The whole miscellaneous?
Well,
Because
what
there
if-
are other things that are paid.
The miscellaneous, our miscellaneous account covers parade candy. It covers our council parties that we do 2 a year. And there's a few other things, that's a vast majority
I
of it.
think we've paid for some flowers and some,
That's right.
you
That's
know,
right.
Well-
Tomorrow I will be purchasing some candy for the planning and zoning.
Yeah.
From the council.
Yeah.
Account.
some appreciation things that we have paid out of that, I know.
well, I have a suggestion on those parties. Everyone is just so busy around the holidays that we end up putting it off and putting it off. Can we just take it down to one party a year and do it, at a time that isn't so busy?
You could do a potluck.
Yeah, or something like that, maybe one party a year.
What do you mean, we have 24 parties a year?
Yeah.
How about if we how about for right now, let's take that down to 2,500.
Okay.
Any suggestion? That's my suggestion, take a couple grand off there for right now.
I'd say even take it down to 2,000 if we're not buying the candy.
Well,
Candy's
I just
$25.
worry about some things that some thank yous that you want to send. There's usually about $400 to $500 of money that you gotta,
Let's do 25, I like.
yeah, for thank yous, and I think there's a few items in there I think that would still be value. We ought to at least we ought to throw a Smartie.
Okay, I'll donate these too.
Yeah, I don't know why you got Red Hots candy.
Yeah, some used hot tamales, so.
Okay, I know we've talked about this too, Dave.
How about if we go right back up to the top? Is that where you were looking at? How about, at one time, I know when we talked in the different groups and that, I heard you guys say, get rid of overtime.
Well,
If my position becomes exempt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
That
wouldn't be a
gets rid
need
of
for
our-
it.
Gets
So
rid of that.
get rid of that, that'll be 0. Okay? This makes sense, Brittany, are we doing okay? Let's go on down, what was you had a comment?
Well, in that miscellaneous, is that including our dinners when we have workshops?
No.
No, okay, what line is that?
That one comes out of 240.
Out of 240?
Office expenses.
Okay,
And that one, so for 2023, we're coming up on about 4,300 out of that one.
and that's only for the times we're here between a workshop, and is there other expenses that come out of there?
There are other expenses that come out of there.
Oh, okay.
My office
Because of this year.
expenses, when I buy paper, now, I printed the budgets, that was not cheap, that actually came out of the 250 line. But the 240 line, when I just need paper, I use a lot of paper. Other little things, office expenses that I have, but a vast majority of it are when we have a workshop and a council meeting, we'll get a dinner, and then also the CJCC this year has been doing lunchtime, and we've gotten a lunch, and that's been.
You really call that lunch?
Well,
Yeah, it's not.
I'm still gonna go back to, provide our own dinner. If we want to have something to eat in between that little time that we have, bring something ourselves. And, because how much is it averaging per order to bring something in?
Snack packs.
Yeah.
I could keep it under $100.
Tomatoes.
Probably around
No
$100
tomatoes.
On average.
This thing's like
Well, most of it was other things.
Oh,
Well,
okay,
Most
okay.
of the expenses are that. But, you know what? I'm sorry. It's not, I was looking at the wrong line. Okay, actually, yeah, I was, sorry. 4,300. Let me go through this. And I apologize. The cost of printing out the budgets did come from that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's.
It's all these binders, the packets, all that stuff.
Yeah.
That was not cheap.
No.
Next year, we're gonna contract that out. I'm not doing it on my printer downstairs next year.
No.
But, so it'll be cheaper, but,
Okay, so that office and expense supplies with what we saw in the past and with some other changes, actually, I had, from what you guys had actually shared, I had that at 2,500
That's what I've
to cover
written down,
everything.
so-
That's what I'd written too.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that okay? We'll put that one to 25? Okay. I'm gonna circle them as we do. Now, let's go back up to the top under travel.
Right.
We did have we went over on that portion because we did have several different activities and several different events that took the council's professional, to UAC sponsored events and that was pushing us over $30,000 in that account.
Was the difference of what we budgeted and what we went over, was that the,
This went to the spring one in Salt Lake.
and that one too? Okay.
You know. And so I had written down that I had 20 to raise that to 20, but then I also scratched that out and then I guess the groups told me 25,000
That's what I
to
had
cover all
written
that. Does that sound good for now? You got that under the 230?
20,000?
The NACO one, you wanted to leave at 5. That one's okay. We left the equipment supplies 250 at 1,000. And the communications at 300 we left. And then professional and technical, this is where we are cutting some things and doing some changes. Should we go ahead and move on to talk about those right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, now I know what comes out of that 139,000. One is the forensic audit, which we will have just a small portion of that because that is really close to completion. So we won't have that in 2024 except maybe just a little bit. So we were going to hold some left over in there, but then the other two items was what we talked about earlier with our
Lobbyist.
the lobbyist and between the forensic and the lobbyist. The lobbyist is 54,000, right? And we were looking at, for right now, we were going to actually change that and move what is that and take whatever we needed back up to full-time employees. And, doggone it, where's my information? We were hoping, Amy, is this appropriate to bring this out at this time? With Micah, because we've already talked to him about it.
Sure. We don't generally talk about individuals' pay unless it's an elected official.
Well, okay, we won't talk the exactness of stuff, but what we will then is that we are looking at, I won't talk about pay, but there is a difference that we will then move that money and other monies that are necessary back up to full-time, to the full-time employee. Micah's pay would then be increased some, and his job then would be senior policy analyst / legislative liaison or something like that. Okay, yeah, it was
That's
long.
what I have
We'll
written
we'll figure that out, and that's where the budget then for that would be. Okay? So we'll have that number, we'll change that number for next week, exactly what it should be. So there's so much of that with the forensic audit money that we're saving, that we have in there, and the lobbyist money, we can cover that pretty easy. That would leave a little bit in there. I thought we were going to leave 10,000 in there. That's what I have on in my mind. Is that right?
Well, don't we need the 45,000 to pay for the external audit that we are required to pay
Oh,
for?
there's the 45, yes, the external audit, there's 45,000 for that. And then I thought there was an extra 10,000 that we need.
I put 55 total.
Yeah, 55, which would then pay for any last little bit that we need for the forensic audit, if we are doing that. Okay. Does that, and then that pretty well takes care of council. How are we there?
Yep.
I would entertain a motion to approve those. We kind of get moving on some things here.
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded that we approve those items that we amended specific, when Amy brings her numbers in, that we approve those changes on the council's budget. All in favor, say aye.
I just am curious, we didn't necessarily cancel our contract with Lincoln Hill Partners, but we did not
But we've moved them,
allocate-
but we can move the
allocate
money, and we can talk about that
Okay.
next week. You bet.
Okay.
Catherine, that is, I appreciate that. You have a comment, Amy?
I just need to whisper to Brittany really quick to see if something got added.
Okay, then we'll go ahead. All those in favor of those changes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes to adjust the council budget as such. Brittany, are we okay with some of those things?
Yes.
Okay, and if you have questions at all, we would have some of these, Mike, I think, would have them, and we'll finish with Amy on that other amount for full-time employees, so, okay. Any others? There's executives, you want to talk about that one right now, or any of the others? We got, all the other questions on all the other details I was able to receive, I was very much, you know, I'm really, I won't say I'm satisfied because it's all expensive, but any other changes there?
On the, what, the council or the executive?
Well, council, we're done. We can go to executive and some of these other questions that I had. Anyone have other questions throughout the whole budget? I've had these others answered for me. Personally, I would like to actually bring $20,000 back for victims advocates, part-times on number 15, and take that from somewhere else. And I hate to just cut those ones that deal directly face-to-face with severe needs right then.
Well, on
But-
that cut, was that an ARPA reduction or used up? Is that why that's showing the -20, just like when we see the others being added? What is that?
It was cut when
Yes.
we didn't know what the VOCA funding was going to do. And so,
We're back, though.
yes, it is back, but a part-time position is not funded by the VOCA grant award currently.
But that digs into that account pretty good, having help for that, at least what I've seen.
Yeah. But I think that's why we took it out, is because it was not funded on our VOCA grant anymore,
I think it was part of the 3% too, wasn't it?
probably.
I think that's what, I think Terrell
When,
pulled, I think it was
when
pulled out
Carol
of
had her
there.
budget workshop, she said she could cut it out as a
Okay.
department decrease.
I just, again, one of those,
Well, let's reach out to her and talk to her so we can decide what's gonna be in there next week.
Yeah.
okay, will that be okay? That's just something that's hit me when I was going through things, but, other additions, deletions, changes?
Well, the executive mentioned he'd be willing to cut his travel. Shall we look at that?
She's here.
That's, 141,31,230 on page 9 of his travel.
Looking at this summary that Dirk sent us in the email, looks like he's been fairly modest in charging the county for these meetings he's been going to.
Who's been paying for all that? You see all those that the county did not pay for?
Yeah, I don't know who's been paying for them, but that's, as long as we're not, that's.
But even being gone, then someone has taken on those responsibilities here. The other thing we personally, and there's another thing that you guys did not mention in, as Nolan was sharing and Carl was sharing earlier. Remember, we did take finances out of the executive's office. As I was always talking in the past and talking, and the way Dirk talked, before we did all that, that was a big chunk of supposedly of time from the executive's budget. And at one time I heard someone say it's about 30% of their time is what they were, and I'm sitting there going, well, we've taken that out, but we haven't touched. To me, that's a huge shift of money that ought to go with that responsibility to a different office.
Can I say something about the travel budget?
Yeah.
I did a pretty extensive search in Cassell, and the majority of that, well, 2,800 of it was for fuel. And that's just, that was a big part of it, was fuel.
Of the 6,000?
Mm-hmm. For 2023 so far. And
you have any suggestions there? I know I have some things written as some of us looked at it. What I have written out here was to take it to 2,000.
I'd mark that down as well.
Taking which one to 2,000?
141,31, 230 travel to 2,000.
From 9,000 to 2,000?
That's what we had talked about.
That seems a little harsh.
Well,
I have to be able to do my job. I have statutory responsibilities. I have 36 different boards and committees that I'm on. I have a lot of, and I am frugal.
Excuse me if I can, this maybe isn't the time where you discuss that, but none of your predecessors ever sat on that many boards or committees. And so that's why we've been wondering if there are ways that we can lighten your load and hence lighten the cost to the county overall. And it's not the place to talk about it, but again, it's a little unprecedented based on what your predecessors were involved with in doing the executive's job.
My understanding, I was handed a list of all the things Craig served on, and my understanding is he was serving in all of those, and I was given that. I haven't added any that I know of. But yeah, we should talk about it offline.
I have a question, because as I looked at it, a big part of that travel budget is fuel. Is there some kind of a policy or contract that says that that's part of the executive's benefits or job that the county pays for all of the fuel every month? Like, when did that start? What is the policy about fuel? Because I know there's a lot of people coming to work every day and doing extra things. But I don't know how that, because if you knock it down to 2,000, there was $2,800 in fuel from last year. So we need to keep that in mind and
My understanding,
be realistic about that.
my understanding is it's been that way at least for the last couple of executives, and I actually get charged for that and have to pay taxes on it. So And I have actually been trying to cut back significantly on that. Most of this year, I bike. I carpool with people. I do a lot of Zoom meetings, but there's a lot of travel involved in my job. Like I said,
So
I
let's
encourage
break
you to
out,
hang out with me.
let's break out the fuel versus, we've got, Dirk talked about a truck and a lease, so when do those two come together, or how does that work?
When does what happen?
Well, Dirk's talked with us last time about your truck and having the lease, and that was changing this year. So then, is the fuel, 2,800, is that when you're traveling on your own vehicle and being reimbursed for fuel, or how does?
There's a little bit of that, but as far as the lease, we're actually meeting with them tomorrow to determine what vehicles they have and if they have something available to lease. Dirk's been working on that, and there's not a lot of vehicles out there, so it's been time consuming, a lot of long wait.
But I'm still not clear. So you have a county vehicle, right?
Yes.
So the 28 in fuel, is that reimbursing when you drive your own vehicle?
That may have happened a few times, but no, mostly not.
So that's why I'm trying to figure out where
That's to
20.
fill up that truck.
Yeah, it's for that one or other vehicles. We have a whole fleet of vehicles.
Do you take that truck home on the weekends?
Sometimes, depends if I have events or meetings or what the schedule is.
Can I ask Brittany a question?
Yeah,
That I
yes.
was wondering about. The receipts from the credit card that come in for fuel on that account, are they always like just one specific invoice for a credit card purchase, or are they ever bundled together?
On the fuel invoice?
Yeah, so is each fuel purpose just one vehicle, one specific invoice?
So I believe the invoices are broken out depending on the vehicles assigned to a department. And so it would include all the vehicles assigned to a department. So if like the victim advocates, they have their 3 SUVs. So when we print the victim advocate one, it shows a total for all of the charges every time we've filled up the green, or the black one and the white one and the silver one. And it'll break them out, each purchase that was under each vehicle. And then next to each purchase, it'll have like the user that did it. So if they swapped users, then, because each user has their own PIN.
So, Executive Zook, are there other people in your department that you're putting gas into their vehicles besides yours? How does that work?
We have a motor pool. We have multiple vehicles, and depending who needs to go to a meeting, different people use different vehicles, and the county pays for gas in those vehicles. They don't put gas in. That's a work expense.
In the motor pool, the fuel that's paid out of the pool is from Pilot Thomas, and that breakout I'm less familiar with. The state of Utah one breaks out very nicely, but I'm not as familiar with the Pilot Thomas one. I'd have to pull up an invoice and look at it.
I know.
just to make sure I understand.
Well, I seen, I remember one gas receipt that I looked at here, actually, it was beginning of last year. $199, one gas fill-up. It's for this one day, $199. I go, I want to see the vehicle, it better, and it was out of the executive's expense. I don't think I could see that out with filling those trucks up or something. But I was thinking, what kind of vehicle do we have that requires on one day, a purchase of $199?
That's why I asked, it could possibly be more than one vehicle. Like, that's.
Well,
I don't know if that is ever
see,
broken out.
and that's the problem, is finding the receipts on those was so vague. It's so hard.
Here's what the problem is. The problem is you find something like that, and then you don't ask me about it. If you see something like that, you should just say, hey, what's this about? And then we could look into it. But
Well, and
now,
I think that everything should speak for itself. There shouldn't be you should be able to look at it, see what it is, and have a definitive understanding as to what it is. We shouldn't have to go and hunt because there's not enough information. Hunt for every expense as to how this money is being spent. We shouldn't have to do that. That information should be with every expense.
Yeah, I agree.
It really should.
If we could improve the process and make things more transparent and provide more information, I totally agree with that. But if you find something that is an outlier, I'd like to see that too, because maybe we got overcharged. Maybe there's something amiss there that we should fix. But if you've seen that, it would be great. And I would extend that to every council member. If there's anything you have a question about, you all have my cell number, you all know where my office is. Just reach out to me, just call me, just ask me. We are an open book. We will provide you whatever information you want. I will answer any questions you have. It's way better if we just have open communications about these things instead of suspicions that linger and gossip that happens and rumors.
Okay, let's go back up here on page 9. Let's start right up here with the top of the executive. We'll come back to the employees section in a minute. Overtime, from the discussion that we've had, I had that at 0, that we were going to zero that out. Is that something we should still keep?
I don't know. Who is it that gets paid overtime occasionally? Does Janine get paid
No,
overtime?
Janine's exempt.
Is she's
exempt.
No, Karina's the only one who's worked overtime a couple of times, but everybody else is exempt.
Okay, how about the seasonal employees? We have that at 0 and that out, and not allowing those.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You guys, is that okay there? I go ahead and nodding, so we'll put that one at 0. Do you want to, how about the overtime? Should we take that to 0 or?
Well, who would it be? Who is not exempt? It's just Karina. Is she the only one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreement, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We did have I have question marks on the subscriptions and membership being as high as 1,900. We didn't look back in those, did we? Why there was so much there? I just had questions, so we can leave that one for now.
Well, the one question I have, there's several things listed that make sense. The $200 for the Mayor's Association, annotated code, I'm not exactly sure what that is. I'm assuming it's some kind of a software program that we have to have.
Yeah, it's the county code.
Yeah, and then the Salt Lake Chamber, I don't know that we need to be a member of the Salt Lake Chamber.
Salt Lake Chamber?
Yeah, we pay $100 a year to be a member of the Salt Lake Chamber.
We're not members of the Salt Lake Chamber,
Well, that's what you put on your detail.
yeah, I'm not sure why that was put there. It was for the annual economic summit is what that's for.
Okay. And then Sam's Club, $100. I think you have 2 memberships. You and Janine, that equals $100. I questioned the $300 to UAC. Don't we pay as a county a UAC subscription or membership?
I've seen that. That's all, that's in another place. So we don't know why is that, you paying extra?
I'm not sure exactly.
Well, these are just some questions I had, and I apologize, I didn't get into Cassell until about 8 o'clock last night, and I was finding some of these details, and so I'd be happy to sit down and discuss that.
Absolutely.
The last one, it just says government associations, $600. Like, is there some specific detail that you could give us on that?
Yeah, I'll find out on all of those for you.
Okay, perfect. Those were the questions I had on the subscriptions, and those come up to $1,900 if you include everything. So.
And that's the actual what was paid.
No, that's the actual that was budgeted. The actual that was paid this year, a lot of those things were not paid out of the subscription account last year.
So we were budgeted for those things and then they weren't paid out of that account.
I don't know what they were budgeted for the year before. I just know what the actual for 2023 was.
So.
Like, we paid that $330 to the cash chamber that they billed us. That came out of that account. There was a subscription to the Salt Lake Tribune. There was the Adobe AcroPro, which is e-signatures. I mean, those are all things that are needed. but those are things that were paid out of that subscription account this year, not some of the things that, I don't know, I didn't know what the budget was last year. I don't know.
Well, it says
I couldn't
here,
remember that, so.
1,800.
Yeah, but I don't know the specifics of how it was detailed. Like this year, we have a detail of what's requested for 2024, and I don't know what was detailed in 2023.
Okay.
But the things that were paid out of that account are things that are subscriptions and stuff like that. So that's where my disconnect was, what we paid for this year, I don't know, is not
Okay.
the detail for next year. So that's where I was looking at the difference.
Now, how about, let's go down to travel. Are we at the 2,000 okay?
I would say, here's what I think. I should be quiet, is what I think.
No, you shouldn't.
By the travel budget that we're giving ourselves is approximately $3,000 per person. I would be comfortable setting it at $3,000.
Okay, 3,000.
Go to many of the things that we go to.
But you guys are on full-time. There's a difference.
Well, travel means leaving the county, leaving the area, you know.
Okay, office expense, we didn't have, we left that one at 2,000. Equipment supplies, we left that one at 3 in the discussion. And non-capitalized equipment, we had that one, we zeroed that one out.
Yeah.
And we looked into what was paid out of that last time. See, at $800, then all of a sudden the 10 of it was jumped up to $5,800. We didn't know why. So we put that one at 0. Do everyone agree on that?
That was the lease on the car, the $5,000.
Non-capitalized equipment, $251.
That's what Dirk said to us, was $5,000 to lease the car for next year.
Yeah, by next week, we'll know for sure on that one, which we need.
Well, we're gonna put it 0, and then we find out, because the 72,000 down below has already been taken back to buy the truck, right?
For next year, it's not in next year's.
How old is the truck that you have? I don't know.
I think it's a 2018.
Communications, we left at 5,600. Professional and technical, that was 13,100. That was for, we have on there that was for audits. Okay, and as we talked, we put that to 0. As you have audits come and request them in a budget, and we'll work through those and provide funds individually for each audit. And at least that's what the thought for everybody was.
I have a statutory duty to perform this, and what you're saying is you're gonna restrict that unless you're okay with it.
We just don't want that money to be pushed and moved around to other places too. So as you need money for audits, we felt, okay, come and say, hey, I've got this audit I want to perform. Then we'll have a budget opening and we'll move what money we need for that audit. Okay? Education and training of $2,500. I have that one that everyone said to put down to 1,000. Is that okay?
So I should
Still?
clarify something. This is not just about me. I have a department of 4 people. So if we're gonna talk about 3,000 per person or 2,500 per person, these actually should be higher. We don't have enough right now for training for 1 person even, let alone the 4 people who are there. I don't know, this is just, I haven't seen any other elected officials' budgets scrutinized and.
Again, I think we probably shared there. I think that we are very, very much in favor of making sure that there is monies available to the people that work with people face-to-face that have higher needs than what we're seeing your department would have. And the higher needs would be other departments, and that's what we're trying to make sure. Your department has grown amazingly over the past couple of years. You know, even to go from 282,000 to 372 just in employees, so forth, it has just grown it's grown tremendous, so.
Yes, it used to be
371 to 534, and so somehow we want to also, be honest with you, we want to actually keep you here and to do your executive duties here. And that's being blunt.
Would you,
And
would you accept my invitation to come spend a day with me to learn about my job?
I've actually spent several days with an executive, and I know those responsibilities. I have spent several hours in that with executives that I felt was doing a very, very frugal and good job, and stayed here and actually executed the policies that we as a council and that was putting together, and kept them here locally and in place, and was available to every employee in the office. Let's go with how about that 1,000 on training right now? Should we keep that there at the 1,000, what you guys agreed? Okay,
Well, I have something to say.
yeah, please.
In the 2024 ask, there's $500 for an ICMA conference, which is an International City Managers Association.
It's the International City and County Management Association, which Dirk would like to participate in. That is the industry association for people in his type of position.
Okay, like, I just wanted to look at specifics.
He's a city manager?
$7,000,
No, he's involved in county management. It's the City and County Management Association. He's involved in county management, and that is his industry association.
And how much was
But if
that?
there's not any travel money or training money, then I don't know how much he's going to be able to participate. He won't be able to participate in that. There are 4 people in my office. We need travel and training for 4 people.
But
And they're
that's where
important.
we're sitting, Mr. Executive, is in the past, it's been one person doing the travel for that. So if you got 4, can we talk about 1 or 2 rather than all 4? That's what I'm trying to get to is,
Yeah, no one else is going to do ICMA stuff. That's only Dirk.
Is it necessary?
Training, is any training that we do necessary? Yes, it's all necessary. It's valuable. I'm a huge believer in training and a big supporter of all of our staff getting as trained as they could possibly be.
Oh, then we do have, I know we have some departments that there is not money for training that could really, really use it.
We should budget it for them. I didn't have anybody ask me to put training money in their budget and me say no to any of that. So if there are people who want that, we should give it to them. I think it's valuable.
Okay.
To me, overall, it always comes down to the question, where do we get the money? We can budget it, but where does the money come from? We're already spending more than we're going to be receiving, and we've got to find a way, or we've got to be realistic in saying we'll spend what we have to spend, and think about, again, there's some nice things to have, and there are some essential things to have, and I think we're at a point of having to get down to the essentials, and not worry about the nice to haves for this year anyway, because we just don't have the money.
That's a great point, Carl. I really appreciate that. I think we should do, if we're going to look at that, we should look at that for every department. As far as the money, we have more revenue now than ever, but yes, we have more expenses. There are a few specific things that we should be looking at in our budget if we want to fix those things. Cutting $100 here and $1,000 there from the executive budget is not going to fix those problems, not even close. What we should be doing is we should be looking at services that we're providing that we don't have revenue for, such as municipal services, fire services. Those are the 2 places in the budget that I proposed to the council that had an issue because we don't have revenue sources to cover those services. We have structural problems in our budget that could pretty easily be fixed with each of those. We need a revenue source for municipal services, and we need a revenue source for our fire and ambulance. to cover both of those. We've been subsidizing those out of our general fund, which we shouldn't be doing. And the reason we've done that is because, well, I don't know. I'm not going to make a judgment about past elected officials and why that hasn't been fixed, but we need to fix it. If we fix those two things, we'd have no problem in our budget. Well, the third thing is the slide of our property tax rate. Our property tax rate is 0.00111. That's almost half of what it was just not too long ago. We've allowed that to slide, and that affects our revenue significantly. If we fixed those three structural problems in our budget, there would be no issue with sending people to training. There would be no issue with any of these things that we're talking about. We would have sufficient funds to do our job.
Coming from who?
What do you mean coming from?
Well, that money, then that you would increase taxes.
All of our revenue comes from.
You would increase taxes to the point to where we would even be a heavier and heavier burden upon people.
It's the services that we're required to offer. We have to have a fire department. We need to provide those services.
So how about here within the executive, are we required to do some of these services?
Such as? Training?
Let's see, homeless counsel, suicide prevention.
Yes, yes.
Suicide prevention, okay. We're required to do homeless counsel? Several things that, for example, individuals that are being paid to research and do all this work for all these things, that, boy, that's a lot of money that could actually be then turned and maybe go to ambulance and fire. We could save quite a bit there of something that is necessary. Going on down, miscellaneous services, $2,500. We looked into that, and we had that cut to 500. And because what did we see in there? Do you remember? I think someone else looked into that.
I don't remember, Dave.
I did. There was $560. $560 has been paid thus far this year for the individual that comes and takes executive meeting minutes. Has been paid out.
560, right?
So far this year, but there's no November and December data in there, so it could be higher than that. I don't know.
But the rest of those were lunches, lunch meetings, right? Yeah, that's what I saw. City Managers Association, I think we got to the bottom of that. I'm curious as to why we have to, if our portion is 300 and all the other cities pay their portion, I don't know why we're budgeting such high. As long as revenue offsets it, I think we'd be fine. So the 3,200 total, as long as the revenue offsets that, right?
I found the revenue.
Okay.
So we're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Check.
What did you say we were going to do miscellaneous services?
Say that again?
Miscellaneous services, 620. We said that it was 500, but that was excluding one quarter.
Well, we have actually, what?
Spent 560. I think we should make it.
What do you want to set that one at?
0,000.
Yeah.
750?
And then if we go over that, we can
Okay.
supplement that, but we have to at least cover those expenses for the
Okay.
minutes.
Okay.
Are we going to add up the percentage that is being cut here and then go and look at everybody else's and do a commensurate percentage?
We've already had, a lot of them have all come in and we've talked about them and gone through it, but we'll have more come in.
None of them are this percentage. Personally.
None of them have come in?
No, none of them is going to be this high of a percentage of a cut. This is personal.
Possibly not, but I think it's really important, again, that there's services I think we don't quite understand, but these are services that are, some extremely necessary services. And we're seeing things here that aren't necessary services to where we can cut. So, and I'm going to bring up this next one here. I'll go ahead and I'll bring that one up. We have also to cut the full-time employees by 100,000. And again, to keep, maybe there, there's money right there for our auditor for next year. There's money right there that we can even move over to some others, necessary cuts. What's your feelings on that?
You talking about line 110 under the executive?
Yes.
Talking about layoffs, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about laying somebody off. You have so much disdain for me that you're gonna cause somebody to lose their job. That's what we're talking about.
Now, I guess you can take this as personal as you want.
Have you eliminated any
Again, you
positions
can
anywhere
take this as personal as you want, but it is not. We are looking at saying, this is what we are funding an executive to do. Okay? Now, if you're not willing, again, to stay here and execute the necessary administration of Cache County offices and employees, personnel, that's what we want you to do. We don't want you over the whole country gallivanting and where we're spending money and having someone else do your job here. That we could actually take that money and then move that to some necessary place that then we wouldn't have to tax so much.
Those positions were added before I was even elected. When Craig Butters was the county executive, the council, and I've talked to Craig about this, he didn't even ask for it or want it, but the council saw how much work he and Janine were doing and that it was so overwhelming that the council decided to add a chief deputy county executive and another staff person.
Yes. And
that wasn't even during my time. That was before my time.
And that's also back when finances was a bigger part of the executive's responsibilities. That has now been taken, and we have put that into appropriate place. So that load has been taken off. So now, with possibly a reduction in that amount of money necessary, you should probably be able to then manage everything that you should do with less money.
How much time were we spending, how many hours per week were we spending on managing the finance department before?
I have heard several different numbers, but I know as I watched the previous as an executive, I watched them and they talked like it was about 30% of their time.
Not even close, not even close. We had a finance director who took care of that. We were not doing that. This is one of the misconceptions is people think that I was sitting there saying, pay this, don't pay that, increase that, decrease that, and that I was micromanaging our finances. I was not doing that. We had oversight responsibility. We were supervisor to the department head. We were not managing the day-to-day functions. That not being under my office has freed up a very small amount of time, but it's not actually freed up because we have more work than we could ever do. Like I said, come spend some time with us. Come sit down with us. Come spend the day with us. Come to some meetings with us. We have responsibilities, and I'm not sure what you're referring to about being here. I go to meetings. They're required meetings. Like sometimes I go to Garden City for a BRAG meeting, or a Bear River Health Department meeting, or I go to Box Elder County for a BRAG meeting, or a Bear River Mental Health meeting, or a Health Department meeting. I have to travel for some of these meetings. I've left the state twice. I went to a NACO conference and a NACO training. That was it. The NACO training was completely paid for by NACO. It didn't cost us anything. I took someone from our attorney's office with me. It was fantastic training. It's training that we should be doing here. The fact that there's this implication that I'm not here doing my job. I don't know what that's about or where that's coming from, but it's not coming from an informed position, because if you were to come and spend some time with us, you would see what we're working on, what we're doing, how we're spending our time, and all of the staff in my office works really hard, and it's very necessary, and the council several years ago knew that and saw that. Janine is still overworked. She is still so overworked, and like I said earlier, why don't you all, between now and next week, just go sit down with Janine and ask her about how many hours she's still putting in and how much work and responsibility she still has, and ask her about what would happen if she were it and the only person who had to perform her responsibilities. If she were the only person, how many hours that would take her and how much time and stress that would be on her. We had this discussion last year about this, and that was the same response I gave then, is do you really want to grind Janine to the bone? Is that what you're talking about doing? Do you really want to cause someone to lose their job because you don't agree with the way that I do things or what you think I'm doing spending my time? I would love for everyone to become more informed about this. Come visit with us. Come talk to us about things. I am the CEO of Cache County. That is what the law says. It says I am the chief executive officer. I'm responsible for running a $100 million a year organization. And I have a couple of people in my office to help me do that. And in addition to that, we have all of these other responsibilities, like the airport board and the fairgrounds boards, 2 of those. And we have all of these internal committees, and it's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of work, and I'm not complaining about it because I actually love it. I love going to these meetings. I love serving the people. I love helping, and I also don't think it is polite or appropriate to somehow categorize the work that we're doing as less valuable because we're not providing a direct service to the people. We are providing a direct service to the people. We are serving the people of this county, and we're serving the employees of this county. If you think my position is not necessary, then change our form of government back to a commissioner form. The voters of this county decided to create this form of government. The voters of this county were the first ones in the state to change this from a commissioner form to match every other government that we have in our country, from the national government to the state government to city governments, where we have a separate executive and legislative branch. I think we have the best form of government in the state. I think this is a really good form of government. I also think that there's a lot of misunderstanding and different opinions about what our roles and responsibilities are. I also think that some people would do things differently if they were in my job. People who were in my role did things differently in the past. I believe that's my prerogative as the elected official in this job to decide what I'm going to focus on, what I'm going to do, just like our county clerk can decide that, what he's going to work on, or our county treasurer. They each have the prerogative. They were selected by the voters to do that job, and that's the job we're going to do. We are not running a private business there. We are serving the people. The resources you give us are used to serve the people. The things that we're doing to try to help people. If we have fewer resources, we'll be able to help the people less.
Okay, let's move on.
Can I just make a comment here?
Yes. Someone else talk, please.
You say it's personal. I'm not trying to look at this personal. I'm trying to look at this money, because I want to run a comparison here. Janine has been busy, but we took off the council duties from Janine, and that is on Micah. So we reduced her responsibilities from the council, which I think is quite a bit. If we go back, you're asking us for training for 4 staff members.
No, I didn't ask for that. I'm just saying the amount that we have in our budget is not even really enough for 1. And if that gets cut, there's no way we can have training for 4.
Well, but that's what I'm trying to sit here and say is 3 years ago, the training was basically for 1 or 2. So let's get back to there. I mean, I'm willing to sit and say, if you've got to have that training for your job, then bring that back to us next week and we see that. But I'm not seeing for training is the part that I have trouble with. And I do view fire and municipal services and those things as that, and I'm trying to understand how a staff goes from 2 to 4 or 5, and that's why I'm sitting here saying we got to look at those costs. I mean, you say travel. Do you go to leagues of cities and towns?
I have not been participating in the League of Cities and Towns. I haven't paid for any conferences.
Okay. So just help us understand those things that you're going. I would like you to review what board you're sitting on so that that's compared with what is required and what isn't.
You guys approve that at the beginning of each year too. And next month, we'll be going through that again. We review that. But yeah, I would love to talk about that.
So, I mean, set it all aside. How far is this budget under? How much money are we under? And that's what we're looking at, right?
9.6.
And so
6.6.
that is huge. And we're trying to figure out how to do that. And we've gone through some radical things this year with everything that's happened. And so there is a lot of change. And I'm not trying to view this as personal. I'm trying to view this as where can we cut and still provide service for our citizens and not cut back on safety?
Yeah, I want to do that too. A big chunk of that, I balanced the municipal services fund last year. I cut there before I even gave it to you guys. When I gave you my final budget, it was a balanced budget. And I zeroed that out so that it was balanced. And when I brought it to the council undid every one of those changes and put all that money back in. So this year, I didn't balance the municipal services fund. I gave it to you as you amended it last year, because I thought to myself, why should I balance this if they're going to throw all the money back in like they did
There was
last
some
year?
things in municipal services that we've moved around as far as what we found out what's legal we could bring into those budgets and everything else from there too. So that's not just, there have been some changes on that.
Yeah, but there are some structural problems that we need to address. My point is, this is my point. It feels very personal when, yes, there are problems, but there are structural problems that we need to address from a policy standpoint. But it feels very personal when my budget has gone through every detail, every line, cutting $100 here and $1,000 there. That's not going to make a difference in our $100 million budget, but it will make a difference in our ability to provide services. But I don't see that happening in everybody else's budget. And all I'm saying is, let's look at what this percentage adds up to of all these things you're proposing for me, and let's do that same percentage everywhere. If we're willing to do that, then I'm not going to complain.
Well,
but I don't think that's going to happen.
You mentioned earlier about, that services were to occur, and I know you mentioned as you talked, you said the word "I" a whole bunch of times. This is something that's very interesting, is that you can deem what you feel is what you feel like you want or need to do, but there is a budget that keeps us and tells everybody what we can do. There is, and that's what, no matter where we are and all the cuts and everything, what we as a council, you say you are the CEO, okay, the CEO takes whatever budget a board or anything, hang on, whatever a board or anybody gets them, and then that's what they work with. Okay, now that's where we're working with a budget, and we're going to, yes, we're going to take, there's these cuts to try to get us through this year. Any changes down the road, we are going to, right now, we're going to work with what's necessary at this point so that we can successfully get through this year and the next. Next year, we're going to have to relook at some things. We know that. And so we'll work with that. But Carl, you have a comment?
I was just going to make a comment, David. And we talked about this earlier in the year, but you say the county executive is a CEO, and that really isn't the description of the county executive. The county executive is an elected county manager. And, Summit County, for example, they don't have an elected county manager. They hired, their council hired the manager to manage the affairs of their council. A CEO implies that that individual is the head of the county and over everything in the county. And that isn't how it was designed to be when they went to this form of government. And we talked before, I knew the individual who was on the, who was one of the commissioners at the time they made this change. He's passed away now. But his son then became one of the first county councilmen, who's a good friend of mine. And the whole purpose for doing this was so that one individual did not have an undue amount of influence or power in the county. And that was their sole purpose for doing that. And they moved out of the commission form for that reason too, so that 3 people didn't have full control over what's happening in the county. And the executive's job, again, is essentially an elected county manager. And I think that's what Nolan was talking about, is that, and others, that, you know, we feel like the county executive needs to be focused more on the internal operations of the county and not so much on social issues that are in our society around us. And that's where I think the misunderstanding comes, is just on what the role of the county executive is. They are an elected county manager.
Catherine?
I'm not ready to vote on these amendments that we talked about, but as we've reviewed them, I do think if we look at the line for professional and technical, we zeroed it out. I think the idea of an audit is to be independent of the body that's going to be auditing, and to make the executive or whoever come in and request the funding from us takes away that level of independence. And I think that we should allocate some money back into that so that they are at least given the independence needed to be able to provide that, because that is statutory that they do. The executive's office does have the capacity to perform audits.
Any other input?
I would agree.
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Carl, just the reason I use that phraseology, chief executive officer, is just straight from the state law, 1753, 301, general powers and duties and functions of county executive. The first one, number 1, it says, the elected county executive is the chief executive officer of the county. So I'm just basing that on what the state law is. That's why I use that terminology, because it's in there. I'm familiar with the forms of government in Utah, and the counties that have a council manager form and the counties that have a council executive form. There are only 2 of us. It's kind of unique, and that's part of I think, the lack of understanding across the state of what my job is, because I'm the only one in the state who even uses the title executive. The ones who are appointed managers, I'll use the title manager. The only other county executive in the state is Salt Lake County, and they use the title county mayor. So I'm the only one in the state who uses the title county executive. And everywhere I go, every meeting I go to, I have to explain to people. Everyone I meet, I always have to explain, what is a county executive? Because no one knows, because I'm the only one in the state who uses that title. But I definitely think there would be a lot of value in us having a training session and even bringing in somebody independent to explain to us everybody's roles and responsibilities and duties. I feel like that is the root of, one of the primary roots of the issues that we've had, is that we don't have a shared understanding of what everybody's job is, what everybody's role and responsibility is. And I think we should simply look at the Organic Act and the state law and see what that says. And as far as things that I spend my time on, the homelessness issue, I was, in the past, I was asked by the state to serve as the chair of our local homeless council, and I did that for a little over a year, and I realized that that was too much. And so I stepped down from that about a year ago. I'm no longer serving in that role because it was a little much. And Sandy has stepped in. I asked her if she would help with that because I thought it was an important thing. She's doing a fantastic job helping, as I mentioned.
Any other comments people would like to share?
Catherine, how much did you want to add back into that?
See, and that's where I don't know what an appropriate amount to be to actually be able to conduct something.
Mhm.
I don't know, I was thinking, even if we put a placeholder amount, we had, it fluctuated from 5,000 to 21,000. Sure, we could split the difference between those a little bit.
It's currently 13.
13. I think that is appropriate to.
I cannot in good conscience do that, but for what I've seen in the past, things happen. But as the more you put there, the more then all of a sudden money moves. And it gets allocated, recategorized, and I think that you'd be lucky to see that in that same place be used for that, so.
When have I done that?
And,
when have I done that? Show me when I've done that. You always make these accusations.
Yeah, I guess we'll possibly be seeing that shortly.
Yeah, I know you're gonna make accusations, but I have never done that. I've never authorized anyone to use money for something that it wasn't budgeted for.
Oh, really? You want me to really bring this out? This could be quite damning.
That way I can address it and correct it.
This could be this could be quite ugly. I'm not gonna spar with you. I don't bandy words. So let's move on. To what we'll do is you've got those possible changes. I will talk about those even this week, and if there's any additions, deletions, changes. We've already voted on the council changes as changed and amended. Any of these others, and throughout the whole budget, I guess dig into them, and next week will be the week that we'll hash through it and get her done. So, okay. Let's employee Christmas dinner, I will not be able to be there. I am out of town, so.
I'm planning to go.
Anyone else? Have you?
I've already
RSVP'd, okay, everybody covered there. Council member reports. Let's start down there with Mark.
Just briefly, the Cache County Economic Opportunity Advisory Board met last week. We discussed a few items, highlights maybe the rural county grant that we talked about, that Director Milne applied for, that we asked and discussed about putting in to help with, I think, promoting awareness and other things along the lines for helping ag users connect to funding and grant opportunities for water systems. The report was that we've received that funding and that it's being worked through. We also discussed Rural Community Opportunities Grant, the Inland Port Review, which was a more in-depth kind of discussion, but similar to what we talked about or what was talked about at the UAC meeting, where they had that panel of, that included a rep from the Inland Port. and going through the, I'll call it the opportunities that's there with the inland port and how that could be utilized in Cache County. And I was grateful, and I had the rest of the members of the board also communicated that they were grateful to hear a summary of the trade mission that Director Milne was able to go to participate in with Ukraine and see meet with counterparts for his position, as well as elected officials such as ourselves in Ukraine, and I'm sure he's willing to share and talk about that with any of you if you had any questions. But I think that's valuable insight from another perspective, you know, for a part of the world in war and in the situation they're in, and yet how they are functioning and working through the day-to-day. The government on the county level, local level, still has to find a way, even in the circumstance they find themselves. Yeah, that's basically it for that meeting. But we plan to meet about every even month is the intent to have that board meet, at least in the short term. So.
Yep, thanks. Nothing. Carl?
I don't have anything.
No one?
Mr. Zook did talk about a garbage meeting which we had yesterday. I need you all to think about your thoughts about green waste. We're trying to decide and figure out what a contract is with waste management for those areas who have contracted with waste management. I think we decided that there is no bins for waste or green waste in the county that the county provide. Is that true, Mr. Zook?
Correct.
And so.
Like large ones for
Yeah,
drop-off
large ones.
spots?
Big roll-off dumpsters.
Yeah.
And we don't even, I think we have 7 in the county that have barrels being picked up, so there will not be a service in a county that way. Only municipalities are contracting that way. But so from a county standpoint, what your thoughts are as far as a roll-off bin for collection, and Waste Management is talking about having a spring cleanup or a fall cleanup and or both? Or do we partner? I talked with Wellsville and also Clarkston about they're putting up roll-off bins, and they see that there are some county people putting stuff in there. So do we work with the municipality so that we don't have a roll-off bin sitting somewhere in the county? Those are all things that we need to think about, because we're going to be talking about that in January too. So as Mr. Zook talked about, if we don't provide some green waste, then it's sitting on our borrow pits in the county somewhere. So we need to have that in there. And if you have had any citizens who are not getting their waste picked up as they'd like, or if they've got some complaints, we'd like to hear about it too. But so far it seems like it's working pretty well. So that's what I have.
Catherine? I know we have had a few that weren't getting it, but it was always on the fringes of some of the towns and cities. So there's like a miscommunication. I know in Smithfield, where Smithfield has a different collector hauler, they thought that this town was in, or this home was in the town, but in reality it was just outside. But those have been, you know, there's been a few phone calls. I know Betty has been wonderful to get that information to them.
And they are having the training for, I think Dirk said Betty will be the one that he recommends go to training, and then each municipality is sending a representative, and Waste Management will have a luncheon and train them. I think it's next week sometime, about service and how they do that, and work with Waste Management on that.
I know it's been working better and better.
Yeah, so it's a big undertaking.
Can I ask Catherine a question? What was ever decided about the bond rating and with Alex? Did you guys decide what you're going to do?
Yeah, we have the presentation. We've worked with Alex. We have another call tomorrow to it's divided into parts on who's going to present on different aspects of it. And we leave Sunday and come on Monday.
It's coming Sunday. Okay. Thank you for doing that. I know that's time away from your family, but we appreciate it.
Yeah, wish it were quicker.
Wish it were quicker.
If you spend more time in the plane than you do at the building, then you're like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it you and Dave
And Maggie,
and Maggie? Okay.
and I think two representatives from Zions Bank, Alex and Kara, I think. Kara?
I thought it was just Alex.
Maybe just
Kara's been helping, but I thought it was just Alex.
Maybe just Alex, yeah.
Good luck.
How are you?
Good luck there. Anything else? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and adjourn.
I'm ready.